Okay, if you can hear me, if I can be heard. Oh, wow, this is just not working for me, huh? Jeez whiz. Okay. Okay. It just does not want to change my... Wow. Hey, what's up, man?
Hello. I brought some beer that I mislabeled.
Nice. Did you do it on purpose?
No. I actually mislabeled all of the cans. I don't even know how it happened. I mislabeled them, but you can tell, like, because these are labeled pale ales, but they're blonde.
Mhm.
The pale ales that I labeled blonde were on the left side, so you can see like where I got confused or whatever. And everybody found it funny, but I was like, "Fuck, dude, I hate myself."
I'm still trying to figure this out.
That's cool because I don't really like a pale or.
But I don't know how to change the camera. It's supposed to be that. Because if you look here, it's working. The computer is picking up that camera right there.
Yeah. I have a date tonight.
Hell yeah, dude.
I was gonna actually rent out the whole theater.
I think $100, right?
It's actually $75 every 2 hours. Well, not the whole theater, the auditorium.
Right.
It was like $75 every 2 hours. And I came real close to doing it, but they were like, "We don't have the times that you want. Like, we're not gonna be able to rent out the auditorium for the times that you want." So.
Okay. All right. So at least I have video now. I'm on the GoPro, and it's gone. Okay. Let me try that again, I guess. Even though it said it was selecting this thing as the input. I guess this is only going to work if the preview is up, which I guess is fine. Can you check the temperature on that thermometer there?
160.
160?
Yeah.
So this is a milk chocolate stout, cereal nitro. Behind me is the orange triple. It's a Belgian triple that, just regular Belgian triple. Nothing crazy with that one. But these mash temps are too high, and I don't want to make the same mistake last time as I did when I was trying to make an imperial red ale. Mashed them too high. It only ended up with like a 5% beer instead of what was supposed to be 8 or 9. I don't want that to happen again. This is going to be on nitro. I don't need like a full body beer. It's going to be full body because of the nitro. I think that's just going to entirely change the profile.
Yeah.
So I don't really need. I was hoping to match in relatively low at like 150. I did, and then it dropped, and I turned the heat on. And then I started focusing on that. And it got up to like 180. So I hope I didn't kill whatever enzymes were left at that temp. Oh, this is too high too. So.
That hazy that I want to make?
Yeah.
I don't know what other kind of flavors I want to put in. Because I was thinking kiwi.
Okay.
Or something like that. To kind of go with the citrusy, like that's already there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know what would be good. So like I said, it's gonna take me like 8 months before I get one that I actually know. So I'll definitely have some beer to bring over.
All right, this is going to be the best I can do for now. I could just not upload a video, but I'd rather get a video out, especially if it's like things to learn from. Yeah, I guess this is going to be the best I can do for now.
So are you live streaming or just recording?
This is live streaming to my channel. Oh my goodness. All right, whatever. This is just going to have to be the best that I can get. What's up? What's going on, everybody? Those that either watching this now or clicking it later. I've got a double brew day going on. I've got a milk stout, chocolate milk stout right here, and an orange triple, Belgian orange Tripel right here. I'm hoping that this is going to fill a couple holes, so to speak, in my keezer. I don't have anything Belgian or anything like that right now, anything crazy strong. So I'm hoping that this 8-9% Tripel will change that. And I'm also looking for a breakfasty brunch beer to go alongside my the late breakfasts that we have here on the weekends. So we've got a chocolate milk stout that I'm going to serve on nitro as the ice cream man's coming by. I'm going to mute this because that is really, really loud. Thanks for waiting. I did mute because, again, the ice cream man went by. Currently, I am pouring that's not a pale ale. It's a blonde.
Yeah, it's a blonde.
Okay, it's a blonde from Bell Springs. Zach, you want to come around? You guys maybe remember Zach, my brother. He wasn't helping me out with the channel before he moved out, before we all moved, really. This in Bell Springs Brewing / Bell Springs Winery is where Zach works. And we've got what is mislabeled as a pale ale and is a blonde. Do you know ABV, IBU?
For the blonde, yeah, actually, I think I still have that in my notes. Like I said, I have a bunch of notes now.
That's good. That's really good. I'm trying to get into that as well, trying to jot things down. I've got a beer journal now.
Oh, that's nice.
I mean, I've had that. I just haven't used it. Let's see what this blonde is working with. It's a nice, crisp, clean color. Very much like this color. Very clear. It looks almost like a lager. If it wasn't so golden, straw colored, I would say it looks like a lager. A touch of citrus. It is pale or dry. I can't tell what else that is. There's some other thing that's sweetening it. It is I don't know what that is. It's a little malty, surprisingly.
I can discuss the ingredients when we're off the air.
Of course. As of right now, we are still mashing in. This is going to be a long brew day because I'm doing 2 beers at once. Again, behind me over here, I have an orange Tripel, and over here, I've got a chocolate milk stout. The idea was to mash in the chocolate milk stout around 150, mash at an hour. I'm doing 2 brew-in-a-bags, so I've got an electric all-in-one here with a grain basket, and I've got an actual, grain bag, nylon bag, as my brew bag here. I do have a mash tun, which is that blue cooler behind me that you're seeing, a hot liquor tank, which is the massive kettle next to it. I didn't feel like fiddling with all that. I knew that the grain basket could handle it. I knew that this grain bag could handle it. I didn't feel like cleaning 3 vessels today since I've already got 2 to clean. So I just decided to go with the brewing bag. I have had not bad luck with the brewing bag generally, but not very good luck using a nylon bag. And it's continuing today. I tried to get it to 150, got it there, started to stir, noticed the temperature dropped a little bit, turned the heater on because I do have it on a propane burner with a propane tank right there. I did. I got there. It started to fall a little too much, so I turned the heat on and then started focusing on the stream. And this ended up getting to like 170, 180. So that's cooling back down now. Hopefully, it's not gone. I should probably do some gravity checks on these, but I'm just gonna let it ride a little bit longer. I may have to cancel my D&D plans later. I may have to cancel because I may be cleaning still, or I may be brewing. I don't know. This is going to be much longer than I was anticipating. I did go and get a capture card for the camera I did mention earlier, but it's probably not going to make it. I did mention that I'm trying to use the studio camera as a webcam so that I can double the footage as footage for the video.
Yeah.
So I could just edit one video instead of record, and then just do a voiceover for the parts from the live stream. That was the intention, but here we are. Really, I'm just gonna have a camera going while I'm brewing. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the live chat. If you are watching this after the fact, thanks for clicking the video. And any questions, feel free to just put them in the comments. I will try to walk through everything that I do. I usually speak to myself anyway, so pumping out a little content is only a plus here. Hopefully this continues to go okay. I mean, this is kind of getting back to where I need it to be. I think we're about 150 now, so I can probably try to cover that and let that ride a little bit. Hey, what's up, Yeast and the Beast? If I don't start brewing it by 9, I don't do it. I am going to have a long night, yes. I work at 10 tomorrow morning. I work 10 to 7 during the week, so it's a little hard to get stuff done during the week. And then my weekends, we wake up at, I may wake up at 7 or 8, 9 o'clock, but you don't get out of bed until 10 or 11 noon, just because we don't get to just stay in bed often. So we usually just do that. Right now, like I said, I'm double brewing. We're mashed in. This is back to temp, so let me cover it up. I'm going to stir it just a little and then cover it. Oh, it's actually covered now. So I'm probably just going to leave it. Okay, make sure there's still no dough balls. All that looks good. I'm not going to mess with it more. This is not like my typical live stream where I have a chat here in the corner, or I guess down here in the corner, and then some graphics and stuff like that. For whatever reason, I guess I just need to buy a new laptop. My personal laptop does not have for those that are tech savvy, does not have built-in graphics card. It's just running off the graphics card on the processor. And I guess that's not enough to run the streaming software that I use. So I usually have that running on my desktop, which is on the other side of this wall here. And then I would use my laptop to control the desktop, which is actually running the stream. I would have my desktop using the peripherals, the camera and speakers and microphone from the personal laptop. And that's how it was working. Everything was working great. I could probably just go grab a webcam and get that set back up. But for whatever reason, I want to use the higher quality cameras so that I can use that footage for Brew Day. But it doesn't seem to be working for me right now. So I'm probably just going to buy a new computer. I've been talking about it with the missus anyway, getting a gaming laptop, because we do travel every now and then. It would be nice to continue gaming and having it for, gaming. We like to game here. Cheers. Hopefully this is going to continue going well. I should probably restart my mash timers. I don't even know when I mashed in on this guy here. So Yeast, if you're still watching, I'm just going to take your advice, that tip you gave me, or us, and keep checking the gravity on it until it stabilizes. Yes, I was using Streamlabs OBS. I usually use that. It's primarily for gaming and gamers. But I figured no one's going to stop me from using it. No one's going to knock on my door. I pay for it just like they do. They're not going to knock on my door. They're probably not going to knock on my door saying, hey, this is a gaming live streaming software. You can't use it. That's probably not going to happen. I do use Streamlabs Premium. So if you happen to watch the videos that I have, the thumbnails, all my thumbnails are their template thumbnails that I edit, my own, add the background, move things around. All of that's from Streamlabs as well. My merch is through Streamlabs. My website's through Streamlabs. It's a really, really, really good software and a good service for like $25 a month. I've got a good job that I'm able to take care of that, no problem. Fortunate enough for that. So having it is more convenient than not having it, as you can tell by the sheer blandness of this live stream. Granted, the point of this is to try to get a little footage from my actual videos, the grain to glass videos that I put out. But right now, things are going. It's a little shaky just because of all the different things I'm trying here. Brewing 2 beers at once is probably not the best idea, but I want to replace I made a nitro stout. Okay, I guess I need to back up even more. I got a recipe for what was supposed to be a Russian Imperial Stout, and I think I told you about this, Zach. If you want to go inside and grab one of the chairs at the bar top, so you don't have to stand.
Oh, okay.
I got a recipe of about a month or so ago. I got a recipe for a Russian Imperial Stout. So it was going to be pushing 10.5%, super strong, real bitter. I had this idea to add coffee beans to it. What if you just I really want a coffee stout. Originally, I wanted a breakfast beer where you could, a breakfast beer to replace Bloody Marys and mimosas, right? At brunch, I live in Austin. I've always liked eating brunch. Brunch is huge in Austin, and every now and then, if we've got friends or family staying the night, we like to take them out, go to brunch somewhere. There's no brunch beers. There are light sessionable beers, but none that are coffee based or anything like that to kind of help. I don't know. Anytime we go to brunch, it's always mimosas and Bloody Marys. Don't get me wrong, I love Bloody Marys. I love spicy drinks, specifically Bloody Marys. But as a beer drinker, I couldn't help but what's out there for us. And I watched a Dr. Hans brewing video, if I could find it. He did an Imperial, I believe it was an Imperial Stout, where the grain bill was so big, after he got his full volume boil, he was able to get 5.5, 6 gallons in his kettle after his mash. There was still quite a bit of sugar remaining in that mash, in the grains. So he did another sparge, a smaller sparge, and got a light beer out of that. So he was able to get a full 5-gallon batch of a Russian Imperial Stout, what I think was a Russian Imperial Stout. And then as a second and third runnings from the grains, he got a smaller 5% stout. And that was exactly what I was trying to do. I really wanted to have a big, bold Imperial Stout, coffee stout, pushing 10.5%, and then a smaller brother version of it, where it was, 4%, 5%, and I wanted to serve that on nitro. On paper, it worked. I did get 2 beers out of it, but my sparge got stuck. This thing happened, and another thing happened. When I did end up getting the volume. I looked away for too long and then ended up putting too much water in the mash tun, which essentially just killed the whole thing. What was supposed to be 3 gallons of 5% beer, I got 5 gallons of 3% beer. This is on which one? This is on the nitro stout. I think I told you about. Yeah. It did not work all that well. Even the coffee stout that I got was only 6%, the full-on beer, just because my sparge got stuck. And I wasn't able to do anything with it. I mean, I drank it and everything's fine. I bottled it, but those, I messed up the priming sugar ratio. So those are way more carbonated than they should be. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't exploded in my closet. Because when you open it up, bottle rockets, baby, bottle rockets. It's actually kind of impressive. But it's a waste of about half a beer. You need to set it in the sink, let it fizzle down, and then you can get back at it. Not the intention. Not what you want to do. But hey, it is what it is. But I'm gonna try that again. I'm using this chocolate milk stout to replace that one. By the time this is getting ready and I can keg it and carb it, I'm just gonna dump that one out. I did have some earlier. I drank it and then spilled some all over the floor because that's what I do here on Just Brewing. We just make messes. And then that one. That's for my fiance who loves Belgian beer. I really, really want another strong beer since I don't have one on tap. I like having big, bold dinner beers. And I don't have one right now because I kicked the Imperial Stout keg. If you hit your strike temp and hit the initial mash temp personally, I wouldn't attempt to reheat the mash. The mash surprisingly will hold proper temps if you leave it alone. It usually does for me. It just dropped a little too low. I was hoping to keep it around 150, no lower than 145. But fiddling around with the stream, it got to like 138. And I wanted to, and I started up, double checked. I've got several thermometers, and it was just lower than where I wanted it to be. I should have left it there and slowly crept it back up for the mash out. But I'm thinking about that now, not when I was working with it, 30 minutes ago. The Tripel, I've got that one is a little bit easier because it's in my Brewer's Edge mash and boil all-in-one electric kettle. I just press a few buttons and make that happen. This one, it fell and I turned it back up, and the heater stayed on for whatever reason, or it started to warm, but it continued. The temperature kept going up, so that wasn't okay. So I had to turn that back down. Hopefully, that doesn't ruin my mash, and it does not ruin the ABV of our beer. But we'll see. There's very little I can do now outside of just let it ride. I've got time. If I need to cancel my D&D, so be it. I'll let my friends know. They'll understand. But this is going to be a long day. Yes, I should have started 2 hours earlier, but I ran to Best Buy to get this guy here. It's a cam link so that I can connect it to my camera. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work with the remote desktop setup that I have. So I'm not going to fiddle with that anymore. I'm just going to stick to this. I wanted to at least get a video out of it as far as the live stream, so I can speak to you guys. The homebrew community here on YouTube is absolutely fantastic. People are very receptive to hearing you out and helping you out. I'm a part of a couple groups on Facebook, and people are just there to help, and it's really nice. And I figured that if I kept this up, I would be able to get a little bit more advice as to how I can make my beers better, how I can make my brewery better. So I still stuck with it, and I'm still going to try to pump this out, even though it's lesser than the quality that I would prefer. Those types of things happen. Feel free, for those that are watching again, what's up? Just Brewing here. We've got a double brew day going. Over here, I've got a chocolate milk stout, and over here, I've got a Belgian orange Tripel. I can't wait for that one because I'm going to be adding some coriander, which is something that I'm not familiar with. Orange peel, which I've never done before. I really can't wait. This one is going to be served on nitro, so that's going to replace my my coffee stout that I have. My light coffee stout is what I've been calling it because it's about 3%. That one was absolute garbage when it first was ready to pour. Absolute garbage. So I just added coffee to it to make it better. I did mash in with the coffee beans, and I'm still going to try to pump out a video on it. I've got the footage. I just need to edit it, which is the hard part. I just have to edit it and upload it. But I did use actual coffee beans in the mash, which seemed like a really, really good idea. And it worked out well. There's a nice coffee, like dark coffee backbone. I do wish I did more research on the coffee bean itself. I wish I knew what coffee bean I was using, so I could maybe mix and match so that it wasn't just like this pure dark coffee, because not everybody likes that. I prefer my coffee black. I like dark roasts, and that's just me. But it's not just me drinking the beer, so I do have to be at least a little considerate when it comes to that. But so I just added, some of the coffee we have here, the Maxwell House coffee, not the grounds, but I made like 8 cups, and just poured it right in. I chilled it and poured it right into the keg. Whatever. I'm just gonna let them out here because that's really annoying. Come on, dummies. All right, time to check some gravities. Time to check some gravities. I'm gonna start moving things away. Is that still on? Will you turn it off for me? What? The camera? Yeah, I think it's still on. Yeah. As long as they don't go into the street. Okay. I'm gonna check some gravities. Let me get my journal here so I can write them down. If you're a home brewer and you're not taking notes, I would recommend you change that. Taking notes has helped me keep things consistent. I am still not great at writing all of it out, but I'm at least writing the temperatures. I keep my recipes, so whatever. I don't need to write the recipe out. I don't need to write the hop schedules out. I just buy my recipes from my local homebrew store, adjust them as I want, adding extra hops, changing the hop, or in this case, adding an entire ingredient. In this case, the orange peel. Okay, the dogs are going crazy. Luckily, I don't have any burners on or anything, so very little they can mess around with. I'm gonna check gravities. So I'm gonna this. This is something that I pulled from earlier because I didn't have the volume. So now that I do, I'm just gonna try to pour this back in here. I should probably stir it up, let it sit, and then pull a sample. Now that I just messed around with it. I can check one on the stout though. If the temp is where I need it to be, I'm probably just going to keep going and get ready for the boil. I'm sorry, if the gravity is where I need it to be, I'm probably just going to get ready for the boil. And for those that have joined us, thanks for clicking, thanks for watching. I'm still ironing out the kinks here for the live stream. Hopefully next one is going to be better. I'm probably just going to go out and get a different laptop. That one that's got a dedicated graphics card that I can stream on. And that will be my dedicated streaming device. I'm just going to cover this back up. Gravity on this. Let's see. I should get a bowl of sorts. This will work. Do one of those. All right, so that should be enough for my refractometer. What are you saying, Yeast? Do you adjust the IBU based on brewhouse efficiency? Not usually. I have yet to. Well, I'm still dialing things in as far as my efficiency. I don't mess too much with IBUs. I do consider it as far as how bitter the beer is going to be, but it has yet to. I won't say matter. But when it comes to my IBUs, I usually just go based on my recipes that I buy. Tell me the expected IBU based on the hop and when it's added and how much. And that's so far been good enough for me. Nothing bad has come of it yet, surprisingly. And I'm still working on a few things, but my IBU has yet to. I have yet to consider it only because when I buy my recipes, it tells me expected. If you hit all your numbers, it tells you ABV and it tells you IBU. So I try not to worry too much about it. I do every now and then use Brugger or Brewer's Friend to get better expected ones, since I do alter things every now and then, and that's usually what I use for my IBUs. I should probably consider it. I should probably consider that. It's not a bad idea. I probably should. Okay, so this is looking good actually. This is at about 1053. Which isn't bad. I wouldn't mind it being higher, so I may let it sit a little bit longer. I should probably check in like 20 just to see. The Tripel behind me technically has technically the mash is, as far as the timer is concerned, that's done. But as far as I'm concerned, it's not. Okay, this is just gonna have to work. I need more water out here, maybe in like a cup or a bowl, so that I can clean up my refractometer. Again, if for any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll answer them as I get to them and as I figure out answers. I'm going to lid this back up. What are we at? I'm going to put my thermometer back in so I can have two readings, not just the one at the very bottom. This is showing 140. If this is over 150, I'm probably just going to let it stay. This one, I should be able to check now. I should check from the top, only because the way this grain basket works, there's only a strainer on the bottom, none on the sides. So you don't really get the wort until you pull it out as everything falls through. Because as far as the kettle is concerned, if I could show you, I would. It's only all the wort is inside the brew basket, inside the grain basket, because you put the grains in. And then you stir it all up, and the water hasn't fallen through the bottom. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I think, it's a little. It's just a product of this being like $200 on Amazon. Like the fact that this is probably one of the most affordable ones out there is just a flaw, is what I'm going to call it. There's quite a bit that it could be, but I think that's what's going on. I could be wrong, but I think that's what's going on. I'm going to dump this real quick. Actually, I should probably try it. Smells good.
I'm gonna have to bounce soon.
Oh, I'm gonna do that thing. All right, live stream. I'm gonna be right back. I need to grab something from inside. I'm gonna get some more water out here as well. So just give me 1 second. Keep an eye on things. Make sure no one steals anything. I'm going to put lids back on.
Crazy.
Yeah. I'll try to come to the brewery.
Yeah.
Oh, look at what happened to my car, dude.
I did see that.
Yeah, it's from the ice.
Oh,
The ice storm, yeah.
I'm still on the donut.
Alrighty. Kits are based on an average 75%. If your brew house is lower than 75. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm also fiddling around with the volume too. I buy 5-gallon batches, but usually put about 4 into the fermenter because I do. I usually don't sparge, so I go all full volume, no sparge, brew in a bag. It's easier for me. I have to adjust it a little bit, but I'm okay with it as long as I usually go into Brugger or Brewer's Friend, put in my recipe at the actual percentages, the actual volumes, and then adjust the water, the mash in and the amount that goes into the fermenter. Usually adjust that and go off of those numbers. I just haven't used it recently just because I'm still trying to tune in this. I've only had this for about a month or two, and just 4 brews on it is just not enough. I should test this gravity, but I wouldn't even know where to start. Okay, so there's something here. That's good.
Are you good with that number?
Yeah, they're fine.
Alright.
All right, peace, man. Let me know when you get back. Thanks for stopping by. I should be a little bit more diligent about that kind of stuff, but though I'm not new to home brewing, I'm still new to adjusting and trying to make the next one better. I was just following the recipes and stuff at first. Now I'm actively trying to change things so that they're better, that the next beer is better. Come on, get back in here. Tucker. Okay, let's see. I can move some of this stuff. That can probably go inside. Let's see. I need to check the gravity on that. I keep saying it, but not doing it. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna properly do this, but I should just get it from here. Tucker, ravioli. Come on. Come here. Alrighty. So the Tripel is at about 165, 166, or 1066 rather, which isn't bad. I do want it a little higher. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be around 8 or 9%. So I'm gonna let that keep riding just to see what's gonna happen. I'm already prepared for a long brew day. Like there's no turning back now. So I'm just gonna hope that it gets better. It can't really. I'm not gonna say that actually. I'm not even gonna say those words. So let's see. I need a little water. For the sake of my refractometer and things like my mash paddles and spatulas, so I can clean things off. Thanks again for those that are here with me. I apologize if this does not have the same format or look or feel as my previous live streams. I'm trying to make those better, but in the meantime, there are things that I have to purchase to make that happen, and I don't have those things yet. I thought I did. I got something that I figured would help, but it's only going to help if I get a different computer, which we were already talking about, so I may just have to bite the bullet and buy a new computer. Hopefully that's going to stay there. That should be fine. Let's see. So on the Tripel, the starting gravity, the OG, so after the boil, is expected to be about 1085. We're at 1060 right now. I really hope I didn't really royally mess it up to where I'm not going to be able to take full advantage of the grains. I'm just going to hope I didn't. On the milk stout, it's supposed to be about 1062. So that one was about 1055, I think, or 1050 something. Hopefully that's going to be a little bit better. Again, since I messed up the temperatures, I'm just going to continue letting these ride and just bite the bullet on the longer brew day. I'd rather have a longer brew day but better beer. I need to go get the dog that has run out. Rabbit. 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 All right, bye, bro. It was good having you. Come inside. I'm not dealing with you anymore. Go. Yeah, I'm just gonna let these ride for a little bit. Hopefully the gravity starts to look a little bit better. I'm gonna turn this on in the hopes that I can get it to bring the temp up just a little bit. But I'm actually gonna watch it this time. I'm gonna let it get to the temp I need it to and then just turn it off. Ravioli. All right, apologies for that. Stream on Twitch, YouTube. YouTube's only streams to your subscribers, though Twitch. That's correct. Usually I do a multi-stream where I will have, I use Streamlabs OBS to send that stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So I have essentially two audiences. I just started my first full brew day last week. So the one that you tuned in or the one that you saw last time, that was my first full live stream on Twitch. You can find me on the same name, Just Brewin, twitch.com/justbrewin or something like that. You'll be able to see it there. I should have prioritized Twitch over YouTube, but I just wanted to be able to hit a button and have that going. It's kind of working, and I was hoping that it was going to be better with the use of this GoPro and my DSLR, but nothing as of yet. Just because, did it again. I really shouldn't turn the electric element on, probably at all. I probably shouldn't touch it, and just let the temperature fall. I could do more to retain the temperature, but I don't know what else I can do outside of like putting another jacket over it. This seems to work okay, but I mean, it's gonna drop. It's nothing like an actual mash tun. And the warming part of it doesn't work as well, at least not in my opinion. When you get to your temp, it usually warms it, it says warm instead of heat, but it doesn't keep it at that temperature. It doesn't turn back on. It'll drop 4 or 5 degrees and just still say warm. I don't really get what that's about. So I will turn the element on to just a few degrees above that, 5 degrees or so, because if you don't, it's just gonna stay warm. And this time it was on 2 minutes and my temp's up to 161. So I should probably figure out what that's about or just try to be better about it. I wouldn't even know which one is the easier, better method. I just figured you would think it would just work. You would think it would just work. This stout smells super, 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 super good. Which is awesome. The stout seems to be in better shape at the moment than the triple. I say that because the triple, I don't know. I guess I can't tell currently. I mean, they're both in pretty whatever shape right now. I'm just gonna keep letting them ride. I need that to get up about 8-9 points. This one is gonna have to get up like 20 if I can get it there. I will be adding candy sugar. And those orange peels that are in a whirlpool. I'm going to set the ingredients next to it here, so I'll have to go far for it. That there, candy sugar. I'm probably gonna do, hold on, let me grab my recipes so I can go over those. I definitely need more space here, which is weird because I've already got so many things. I do think I want to get a different table and maybe use that as what would be the table I'm using now. Right now I'm just using like a laptop stand, essentially. I would like to use the table that's back there, just because it's bigger, obviously more space. But that would mean I would need another table that the stuff it's on is going to go on to. I've been looking at those cool like metal, stainless steel, the ones that you would see in like a restaurant. Those look really cool to me. But they're expensive. Like a 4-foot table is going to be like 200 something bucks. And I would rather spend like 40 on a table and use the rest of that to go to something like this. That cost me like 100 something after I got it off Facebook Marketplace. Like, I guess there's no reason I can't also stream to Twitch at the same time. And then just get, and just work both. Let's see if that's going to work, if I can do that. Just brewing. Oops, apologies. It's gonna be sending me an email. Except I don't have that email on my phone. Good God. I am so sorry. Oh, okay. Wow. All right. Let's do this twitch.tv. Let's mute that first video because it's always going to play something for you as if you asked it to. Well, I guess that's the point for Twitch, is just to be able to click and just log in. Two-factor authentication. Wow, this is so many things. Wow, I almost regret doing this. Okay. All right, so that's going. Okay, that looks good. Let's say I'm online. Okay. Okay, so that's my settings, but how, okay, so it's just not gonna let me right now. Okay. Oh, cool. You can follow yourself on Twitch. I should probably do that. Video producer, creator, dashboard. Let's see if that's a place I can go to that'll let me go live. Stream manager. All right. Okay. Okay. Except that was last time. Stream preview. Wow, okay. Yeah, I should probably just stick to one for now, just because having it on two different things, it seems to be a problem for me. I can't. Okay. I don't want you to just play, man. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, I have no clue what I'm doing. This is why it was nice just going to Streamlabs and it's doing it for you. That was super cool. Okay. All right. I guess I'm not dealing with this for now. I don't have the patience. I'm already very behind on my brew day, and the last thing I need is something else to distract me. So I'm just going to stick with YouTube for now. Was worth a shot, but I will probably try that next stream when I have. Well, I guess I just have more time and I have less to focus on, because right now, obviously, doing what I have been doing isn't great. Oh wow, that's really killing me. I'm really concerned that at that higher mash temp that it sat at, even though it wasn't long, I'm afraid that the sugars it's producing aren't going to be fermentable. I've run into that before, so I'm really concerned that I may have run into a little bit of a gravity problem, in that the sugar that's going to be left over may not get fermented out, which may cost me a couple percent in ABV. I'm hoping not. That's what's happened to me in the past. But I guess we're just going to have to continue waiting to see. Yeah, I guess we're just going to have to continue waiting to see. For the orange Tripel, we're working with 14.25 pounds of Pilsen malt. So that's our base, 10 ounces of aromatic, and 4 ounces of biscuit malt. So far, the color is pretty straw, kind of yellow, just basic yellow colored. That's about what you'd expect for something like this as a Belgian beer. We are going to be adding candy sugar at the top of the boil. We are going to, if it went too hot, it may have denatured the enzymes. I think so too, potentially. I'm just going to continue letting it sit in case they didn't, in hopes that my gravity just gets better. I'm just going to hope. That's all I can do, really. When it comes down to it, worst case, I just have a slightly higher ABV beer. I could add some sugar to it, more sugar to it to kind of dry it out. That may help with adding some, fermentable sugar. But I guess we'll have to see. I mean, the only way to know is to, ferment it out and see what happens. Hopefully it didn't denature those enzymes, but I'm just going to hope that it didn't and let the mash get back down to like that maybe 150 or so, maybe let it hang there for like 10 minutes and then just start to creep it back up for the mash out. The chocolate stout may be okay. It also got to like 180 at one point. So, I used a different thermometer and it said like 160, 170. So maybe it didn't get over, maybe it didn't denature. What? How did you get out here? Okay. I'll be right back. How did you get out, bro? You better not be squeezing through that fence. Let's go. Okay. As I was saying, hopefully the enzymes weren't denatured by it getting too hot. I'm just gonna let it ride out to see what happens. Worst case, I spend too much time here and my ABV is shot. Best case, they're not denatured and I can still kind of get a little bit out of it. We're measuring the pre-boil gravity, not the OG. The boil will get you closer to 1080. It probably for sure will, especially since I'll be adding that candy sugar. About a pound of candy sugar to this Belgian beer. Since I'm doing that, that's definitely going to increase the volume, the original gravity. The OG the gravity is going to continue rising, especially as we boil and start adding extra things into it. That'll probably help us. I do want to get it as high as possible though, just because if there are sugars that are left unfermented, the higher we start, in theory, I don't know, I guess. I don't know. I figured that the higher we start, the higher the end gravity will be, because in theory, that those unfermentable sugars the amount of unfermentable sugars should stay the same, in theory. So hopefully if I start really, really high, I won't end as high. I'm hoping that it will, ferment more, and then leave that same amount of unfermentable sugar. That's all I don't really know what's actually going to happen. But I would rather just spend time doing nothing for a little bit and just let it continue going. I can check the stout. It might be fine. Only one way to find out, though. We do have about a gallon of water here. So I'm able to clean things up off and the refractometer. Oops. Maybe I shouldn't put that right there. Okay, I just moved it again. There we go. Okay, I guess we don't need to see the microphone. Whatever. I've spent way too much time trying to fix the stream. I spent more time on the stream so far than I have brewing, and that is really starting to show. I was probably better off just I don't know. I don't really have time during the week to do some of this stuff, so this is kind of what I'm stuck with. Stuck is probably not the right term, considering I'm quite literally volunteering for all of this. Okay. Where is that picture? I'm just going to use that picture again for a little bit of a sample. I'll do 2 samples. I'll do 2 samples, one from the spigot and one from the top. Maybe they'll be different. They might not be, but they may be different. It smells really, 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 really good. The grain bill on the stout, we're working with about 7.5 pounds of pale malt. I didn't even look at how much. I just put in water. I didn't even consider my mash thickness on this one. I'm just now realizing this is only the second time I've looked at this since I bought it. 7.5 pounds of pale malt, a pound of Munich, 12 ounces of pale chocolate, 12 ounces of roasted barley, 12 ounces of Crystal 60L, and 12 ounces of flaked oats. I very much like flaked oats in my beers. I really like head retention, especially a beer like this. I like the oaty kind of bready taste, and I really, really, really like the color of the head on it. I love that head retention. As long as it's carbonated properly, it should look good the entire time you're drinking it, until your glass is empty. I love that. And I love the taste of it. So I'm probably going to get a few pounds of flaked oats just to keep around for just tossing in beer, specifically things like hazies or other IPAs that I want to kind of fog up a little bit. Do I buy from Austin Homebrew Supply? Actually, no. Austin Homebrew Supply is clear on the other side of town from me. I live in Southeast Austin, and Austin Homebrew Supply, I'm pretty sure is northwest or just very north. It's probably a good 30 minutes from me. Not that that's impossible. I've driven further for other things. I almost drove to San Marcos, which is about 45 minutes, close to an hour away from me. Granted, it's closer than, I could be further away. But for my nitro, getting my beer gas mix, I almost had to drive to San Marcos, which is almost an hour from here. So driving that far isn't necessarily out of the picture. But I buy from SoCo Homebrew Supply, which is essentially the South Austin version. They do have, in my opinion, I prefer SoCo Homebrew's recipes over Austin Homebrew. I don't know why, but I've looked at the ones at Austin Homebrew and I just like SoCo's more. Not that anything's wrong with Austin Homebrew. I've bought some things from them just because I was literally passing by and was like, oh, I'm coming from Fort Worth, which is 3 hours north of Austin. Just driving in, oh, it's on the way essentially, so I can stop. They do have better deals on like things that are on sale. I really want to buy bulk hops from them because you can get for like 15 pounds of hops sometimes if they're on sale, which is awesome. I would love to keep homebrew stuff here so I don't have to go anywhere. But SoCo Homebrew is all of 12, 10, 15 minutes away from home. So I'm able to go in. I popped in there yesterday, bought all the stuff you're seeing, or rather just the ingredients that you're seeing. We're at about 10:58. No, hold on. What is that? Yeah, that's like 10:58 on the stout. I may be good to start raising the temp and getting ready for what I'll call a sparge. I'm just gonna put the grain bag in a bucket and we'll just let it drain and then pour it back in. It is a bit of a workout holding it over the kettle, so I'm just gonna not do that. I'm just gonna bring it right over if I can. If I can. You're in Fort Worth and you buy from there. I'm in Fort Worth and I buy online from More Beer. I'm in Fort Worth all the time, so we may need to link. We may need to exchange info and maybe grab a beer somewhere at a place that we know is following the proper guidelines, social distancing and such. I have no problem masking up. I won't even buy beer. I just enjoy these types of conversations, and I really feel like I could learn from you, East. So I'm in Fort Worth quite often, so I may have to hit you up sometime. Let's see. So at the boil for both, I'm going to be adding things. I'm going to be adding a pound of lactose in my milk stout. That's where the milk is coming from. And I'm going to be adding a pound of candy sugar to the Tripel here. I could probably pull this out, let it drain into this bucket here. I'm probably just going to have to do that, crank up the temp on the or I guess the heater on this on my propane burner here, and then this is at 152. I can do another gravity reading there. Hopefully, it should be closer to the 160 mark. Surprisingly, this is getting higher than the. Well, I guess we'll have to test it. I should probably writing this down. I don't even remember what it is now. So I'm gonna do another gravity check because I'm not writing this down. I don't even remember what number I just said. Alrighty. But yeah, yeast, I'm definitely. If I didn't even realize that you were in the Fort Worth area. Had I known, we could have already had a beer together by now. Let me check the gravity on this. So this is definitely showing 1056, a little bit clearer than before. It's supposed to be around 1062. I bet with the boil and the getting things going, it'll probably get me where I need to be. My volume is lower than what they're expecting as far as the end volume. I'm doing an a full volume mash. So right now, my strike volume is a bit higher than what they were expecting. But that's probably okay, especially considering I'm already about on track as far as the gravity right now. I'm about on track. But 1056, I'm going to write that in. Let's say it's an hour and some change mash. I've been streaming for about an hour, and I mashed in sometime before. So I'm just going to call it an hour and a half. I have been sitting here a minute trying to get that together and fix the mistakes that I've been making. So I've been doing this, I've been working at this since about 1 p.m. Central. It's about 4 now. So this has been already about a 3-hour brew day for me. And I haven't even gotten to a boil. So on the chocolate milk stout, let's say an hour, 30 minutes. Wow. At 1 pre-boil gravity, 156, because I don't think it went up. 1056. I don't think it went up since since the last time I checked. So 1056 sounds about right. So I'm just going to call that the pre-boil volume or gravity, and I'm just going to go for it here. This is what I do. I feel like I'm always, quote unquote, just going for it. Just about everything I do is usually just for the hell of it sometimes. In this case, I don't know if this is going to go well, but we'll see. This will be my workout for the week. All right, so I've got my grain bag. The actual wort looks great. Ooh, I'm caught on something. It looks like I might be caught on the temperature gauge or the spigot. Okay, I think that may have done it. Nope, I am still stuck. And I don't want to tear it, obviously. Because if I do, there goes all the grains in my boil pan. So let's see. Hey, I fixed it. Luckily, this is only like 15 pounds of grains. Right now, it's probably much, much higher than that, just based on the grains having soaked in all that water. I usually would squeeze the bag. I don't have any gloves that would make that easy. I have a wedding ring on now, and I don't want to destroy this wedding ring. So I'm not going to squeeze the bag. I don't want to take it off because I lose things. But I also don't want to ruin it. So I've been trying to wash my hands even more frequently and just like try not to touch, weird stuff with my ring hand, the dishes and all that stuff. Try not to mess with it. I don't want to have to do, replace the ring or anything like that. I probably should have turned the burner on so that the temperature is going up. I should probably get like a strainer of sorts so that it doesn't just continue soaking in. But I don't have that at the moment, so I may just need to figure that out. That's definitely not going to work. Okay. I guess I'm just going to have to do this. I'll let that keep going. It's dropping. Temp is 150. I would rather just let that continue sitting and get all of this. I'm just going to go do that. I'm going to go start. I'm going to start my burner. Where's my? Alrighty. So we're about on track. My volume is right under 5 gallons, which is spot freaking on. I try to get my boil at about 5 gallons so that at the end of the boil, we've got about 4, usually like 4.25 gallons. I try to put 4 into the fermenter. So that is about spot on, especially since this will give me just a little bit more. Hopefully that'll get me to that 5 gallon mark. We'll see. I'm just going to squeeze with the hand that doesn't have the ring on it. Woo! I could put gloves on. I would rather like some rubber gloves. I do have heat-resistant gloves, but I don't want those to get sticky. So I'm not going to mess with those. I should probably order like a pack of rubber gloves so that I can just, squeeze the bag and be okay. Do I have something I can use? I can use another bag. No, that's not going to help. I need a pulley system. If I own this house, that would be cool. I could get a pulley system installed, or even go about getting a shed and doing my electric brewing in there. That would be cool too. A few schools of thought on squeezing the bag. Personally, I do, just for the extra juice, especially in cases like this where I messed up somewhere. This makes it a little bit easier to get, again, the volume as well as the gravity that I want, especially since I'm not sparging. Currently, I'm trying to find something I can put this on so that I can continue dripping, but I may just not deal with it anymore. I'm going to keep squeezing. Woo, that's hot. Temp, we're at about 158 on the Stout and 149 on the Tripel. I'm gonna let that keep riding. Like again, I'd rather let those, if those enzymes are still there, I'd rather get as much sugar out of it as I can than go in short. So I should probably get a strainer or something to put in here, just so that it doesn't touch the bottom, so it can keep dripping. I'm gonna go try to find that, I guess, and I'm gonna wash my hands at the same time. Adding this to my boil kettle. Let's see what we get. And that puts us right over 5 gallons. That's awesome. That worked out. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go wash my hands, and hopefully I can get like a strainer or a colander that's gonna hold my grain bag. Okay, so I washed my hands. Back with a colander. Just like that. I'm gonna tie this off so that the grains don't come out in case it falls. those things happen here at the Just Brewery. Those things happen all the time. Okay. Alrighty, so I should be good to check my gravity on that. On the Tripel. Now that this is getting up to 10, I can cover it. On one, I'm probably going to use which one has more hops? I'm probably going to use the hop basket in one, the hop spider in one, and another grain basket in the other. Okay, that's this dripping. I was like, wait, what is that sound? Hopefully that works out. Let me get some of the stuff I have on the floor off the floor. Okay. All right, so that looks good. That looks good. I'm going to do another gravity sample on this guy here. I need another bucket since I'm using the one I was using. Let's see. I'm just going to use this. I can pour this into the bucket or into the kettle. So that looks good. I'm really excited for that stout. That's getting there. That's really getting to where we want it to be. I'm going to add a little bit of water to this pitcher. I'm going to go drain it. 1 second. All right. Whew. Okay. So that's some really good looking work. That looks about what we want it to be now. So that's slowly but surely getting back on track. Okay, I don't even remember what was on there. That's all kinds of messed up. Alrighty, so I'm cleaning off my refractometer to make way for the work from the Tripel. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. Hopefully this isn't messed up with how diluted it is, because it is kind of foggy. That's probably just because some of the grains, again, that grain basket, man, you go stirring it up, and some of those grains may go a-flying. So that is at about 1064, 1063. I'm going to write that down while it's on my mind. 1063. Sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's a 3. Good God, my handwriting is awful. Okay. So 1063. That's not a bad pre-boil volume, all things considered. Yeah, I need a bigger table. This is just not doing it. Or maybe a second one of these, one for just the laptop and one for all the brew stuff. I would love to use that, but I wanted to be able to show both kettles at once. So I'm going to be standing in one or the other, standing in front of one or the other. So I figured that wouldn't have been a bad idea, doing that, or that would have been a bad idea, putting everything and focusing on just the one. I'm going to check the gravity from up top. Maybe it's different. There may be a different percentage of sugar from the bottom to the top. Probably not, but just the way this grain basket sits, that could be the case. So I'm going to need another basket here, or bucket. Okay, well, yeah, I can't even. Okay, so that should be good. Okay, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in that. So let me. Wow, that is grainy, pun intended. Let's see if this works. So it was 1063, and I can barely see through that. Yeah, that is just water up here. That is just pure water. So I guess that makes sense that the wort may drain downwards or something. Yeah, this is the clarity of the water from next to the grain basket. So that is pretty much clear. From inside the grain basket, I can barely get a good sample because there's just so much grain in the way. But that's about the clarity of, not as clear. I mean, it's a little hard to tell on camera. But I guess I'm just not going to worry about it. I might just have to go and let it be what it is. I'll just start raising temp, and we'll go from there. I'm going to go ahead and get this to a boil. So I'm going to get this to about 215. The temperature to boil in Fahrenheit is about 212, based on depending on your your altitude you're at. Wow, that was really hard. That barely came out. What altitude you're at. To keep this consistently boiling, I have to put it a few degrees over boil. Otherwise, it's just going to get to that 212 and then quote unquote warm, which will drop it down, like I said, below 212, which is not going to get it. It's not going to help. So we're going to raise this up a little more, 215, set. I do like having this. There are some I won't say nuance. There are some things to get used to with it. But I do like having the electric kettle. I think it does help me as someone who can barely stay focused on half the stuff that I'm doing. As someone who can barely stay focused half the time, it's very helpful in having it being electric. I can just walk away and not worry about a burner going off, right? There's obviously more to worry about with something set up like this than this. It is what it is, I guess. I'm gonna go ahead and lift the grain basket out. This is still going. I need this out of my way. I really don't want to mess with that. So I'm just gonna move this over here. I'm gonna let that keep dripping and doing what it's doing. I'm not gonna mess with it. This I'm gonna lift up just like my grain bag. It is a little bit easier since it's not a grain bag and I can just let it drip, but I don't get to squeeze. So I may not be able to, since I'm not sparging, I can't get that extra volume, that extra sugar out of it. I can put some water on top of it and let it trickle back through the grain bed. I will do that if my volume is not correct. I don't want to throw off my gravity anymore. So maybe see where it is, the volume. Maybe do a gravity sample from it and then go from there. But first, let me get this grain basket out. For those of you that have not seen or done this before, I do need it a little bit lower just so I can kind of lift it higher. It is sometimes hard to get the grain basket out, especially when it's 40, 50 pounds because of how much water the grains soak up. So here we go. There we go. So, apologize for the noise, but the work's going to drain through the grain bed, get back to the kettle. Once it's done, I'm going to do essentially the same thing. Put this grain basket in one of my buckets here, and then pour that back into the boil. So I'm going to pour this, what I use for my gravity rating here. I can stir it up a little bit just to kind of see if that's going to help the flow. So I may do that. Mash paddle. I'm going to be careful because I don't want this to spill at all. I'll be so mad. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that alone. I don't want to get any more grains in my kettle. Alrighty. Okay, so once that's done, I'm gonna give it a good stir. And then we'll check the gravity on it. This one, we're getting close to 200, so it's probably almost at a boil now. I'm gonna keep an eye on this. I don't want to boil over. I'm still about 2 gallons over where, 2.5 gallons over where it would actually boil over. So I'm still gonna keep an eye on it. Right once it gets to a boil, I'm gonna start adding my lactose. So for my milk stout, right at the boil, I'm just going to add my lactose. I should do another gravity check here, maybe right before that. I don't know if it's going to change the gravity. I guess it wouldn't. But I can do that right before, and then I'll do it after. Wow, this looks so good. My original idea for this was to have... My original idea for this was to have my main camera as exactly that, a main camera for this live stream, and then use my GoPro as an action cam, exactly what it is, and move it over to where I needed it to be, all on a 10-foot cable. It was working previously, but it doesn't seem to work when I'm using my remote desktop protocol. When I'm remoting in, it doesn't seem as though, I'm able to, wait, I guess, is that timer going off every hour? Oh, I don't want that. Clock. Timer. Cancel. I just got an iPhone not long ago, so I'm still trying to figure out how to use it. Thanks, Yeast. You're the best, man. It was good talking to you at the broadcast, too. I was really hoping that towards the tail end there, because I already had my Discord and stuff up because I was doing some gaming right before. So I was kind of ready to see if CH wanted someone to join him. I would have loved to join him. I've learned quite a bit from H4L. I've actually got one of their shirts on the way because I very much like watching wearing merch, as you can tell, during my live stream for companies that I enjoy. I buy all of the merch that I have. No one has given me a shirt and said, hey, will you wear this on a stream? Probably because I don't have a very large audience for that, and I'm not ready for it. But we'll see. Once the time comes, I'll be able to do that. But for now, I just buy all the merch that I have. We frequent breweries. We haven't gone recently because we've been out of town, and things are kind of weird right now. But usually we would go to a brewery every now and then, every other week or so, and I would grab a shirt, if I liked what they were about. So I've got a nice little collection now. I've got one from SoCo, of course, one from Austin Homebrew, Vista. What's another one? Meanwhile is my favorite brewery, in-person brewery right now. You can't get their beers out of their brewery right now. You can't get them at Total Wine or anything like that, which kind of sucks because I love their beer. I love that brewery. I don't have any 512 stuff yet. I don't think I have a shirt. I've got quite a few glasses. They did give me some glasses. I mentioned I wanted to do a 512 review, which is up on my channel. And they said, hey, here's some beer, here's some glasses. So that's awesome. Like, let me pay for all this? And they said, no. They did not let me do that. I want to do all this stuff the right way. I don't plan on trying to play nice. I mean, playing nice is probably not the right term to use. I'm doing things because I want to, and I want to endorse a company like that. I don't want them to give me free stuff because I'm doing something for them. It's essentially like free advertising for them. I want to give them free advertising because I will like the company. I feel as though I want to give you that advertising, and I don't want to feel obligated to do that. They were super nice. They were awesome. They let me look around their brewery for a moment, and I was able to learn quite a bit. So I try to go to breweries and speak to brewers as often as I can, but it's a little bit hard these days, as you would imagine. So I do what I can. We're at a boil, so I'm going to turn this off because that's what the recipe says. Close, right? No, that says open. Okay, so close, off. Right at the boil, you want to turn it off and then add your lactose. My brew bag is here with my lactose in it. A pound of lactose, LD Carlson, very popular brand for homebrew stuff. Very, very popular. This is still going and it's dripping away. It is slowing down, so I may take that basket out and do what I've done with my grain bag. But first, let me get this lactose into my stout. I do keep my some trash bags close just because there's quite a bit of trash that's produced from brew days. It sucks. I really hate it. I try to waste as little as possible, but there's just so much plastic involved. The recipe says just to add this, so I'm just going to add it and stir. I mean, there's no other. Add this to the burner and add any other. Yeah, that's all it says is just add this to the boil. So I'm just going to add it. Bring the boil to a boil, occasionally stir. Once it, remove the pot from the burner. So I'm not going to take it off the burner, obviously. I just turn the heat off. And I'm going to. Come on, man. They make these idiot proof. They really do. Okay, I'm just gonna cut this, baby. We have technology. A wise man once said. I don't know. Oh, there they are. I don't know if it matters how I add it, so I'm just going to carefully add this in. I don't want to just throw in a pound of lactose. I'm going to throw it in and then stir, and throw in some more and stir. Happy hours every Wednesday at 8 p.m. our time. It is the reason I am. Yeah, I've attended Happy Hour one other time, very briefly. I popped in just because I happened to be on YouTube and I saw that it was live. I hadn't interacted like that up until that day, but I have checked it out. I'm a huge fan of Homebrew for Life. CH is hilarious. It'll be really cool to have met them if they were still taking viewers, to be on the stream with them. That would have been really cool. Speaking to, I wouldn't call him a hero or someone I look up to, but someone that has taught me something. That's super cool. Being able to speak with him on it and then even teach him something, that would be awesome. That would be super, super cool. So I'm gonna give this a good stir. Add more of this lactose here. Yeah, it would be really cool if I had like multiple GoPros and was able to like set up action cams and have like more. But I just don't have that. I would like to keep the live stream regular. I would like to live stream, in theory, every brew day. That's mostly not possible just because of the way certain things work. The way I work, I often, I won't say forget about brew day, but it'll just happen and be like, oh, I'm out of beer now. I need to brew. I don't have time. Today I probably should have held off on brewing, but I wanted to test everything. And that I did. So I think my grain bag has stopped dripping. So I'm going to take it. I give my grains to a farmer friend of mine, someone that taught me everything that I know as far as my job is concerned. He's a good friend of mine. Wyatt, he's actually, if you watched my Arrogant Bastard video where I did an Arrogant Bastard clone and put it up next to real Arrogant Bastard to see if you could taste the difference. You could. It was obvious. Theirs was better. But my buddy Wyatt, who gifted me that recipe, he is essentially self-sufficient at home and has some chickens, a garden, and stuff like this makes great compost as well as good chicken feed. So I give him the spent grains. I try not to waste anything, as I mentioned earlier, so giving someone my grains is better than throwing it in the trash. So I've stirred that in. I'm going to go ahead and turn the burner back on. I need my lighter. Open. On. I need to get to a boil, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit more. Once it gets to a boil, I'll turn it down a little. For now, this can go into the trash. I need to go grab an HEB bag or two. Be right back. Alrighty, so I got a couple trash bags as well as some HEB bags. I've got a trash can right here that I use just for stability, but I like to put a trash bag in it, an HEB bag in that, and then I will dump my grains in. In this case, I'm going to dump in my stout grains, and then bag it up, tie it up, and give it to my buddy. In exchange, he often brings eggs that his chickens laid, just as a, here's what, I wouldn't call it fair necessarily, but I did feed his chickens, and when they're fed properly, they're able to lay more eggs. If that's the case, he gives me some eggs. So some free eggs is always cool, especially fresh. I didn't put the HEB bag down, so I'm gonna take this bag out. The HEB bag is for extra liquid. They're not fully waterproof, but they hold liquid really, really well, which is cool. So I'm gonna add that in real quick. This is still taking its sweet time to get to a boil. So I'm gonna let it keep dripping. There's no point in messing around with it, especially since I got another beer to tend to. Alrighty, so I've got my greens. Luckily, it's already in a bag and everything, so I can just do one of these. Oh, I was just gonna flip the bag. I've already got a nice pile of stuff that needs to go to the kitchen and get washed, so I'm just gonna add that to the pile. This is at a boil. I'm gonna turn this down. Where's the kettle? Whoop. Turn this down a little. Just to keep it at a boil. Now that it's at a boil, actually I'm gonna keep it going down. Okay, that's all the way off, I'm pretty sure. I just need to, is it on? It is not. So, water. I'm gonna keep the heat low, just because I don't want it to boil too high. Where's my other green bag? I got it out in preparation for this. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit more, but still a relatively aggressive boil. I don't want to boil out everything. Did I just turn it off again? Damn. Okay. You guys have to find the right balance. So I guess I'll just leave it there. I'm barely on. So if I turn it any lower, it's going to turn off. So I've got a big old grain bag. The small one I was using, I used to dry hop my hazy IPA, which is still carbonating down. I may be able to pull it here shortly. I should probably put like a weight or something in the bottom to help keep that grain bag down. But I don't have anything like that that would not ruin the beer. So I'm just gonna keep moving. And get ready to throw in my first round of hops. My first round of hops for the stout is an ounce of cluster. So I'm just tossing in a whole ounce, which is awesome. Cluster, a nice 9.9% alpha acid with hints of spicy, floral, and earthy black currant. So this is going to be a really nice bittering hop addition for our 1 hour boil. So we're throwing right in at the boil. This is looking good. Make sure all the hops made it to the bottom. Awesome. I don't want the grain bag to get to the bottom. I don't want to get to the very, very bottom at least. So I'm just going to pull it alongside the handle there, just to make sure that it does not go. I don't want it to scorch the bottom of the bag. So this is barely dripping now. I'm gonna wash, I guess, that out. Let me see if I put all this extra stuff. I'm gonna set a timer for an hour, I guess for 45 minutes. Actually, I'll be adding, 50 minutes. So at 10 minutes remaining, I'm going to be adding an ounce of Willamette and 4 ounces of cacao. I don't know how to pronounce it. CACAO. Cacao, right? Say it. Cacao is what I'm going to say. Adding both of those. Wow. 15 minutes from now. Hey Siri, set a timer for 15 minutes.
Okay,
Oh, hey Siri, cancel my timer. Cancel my timer. Start a timer for 50 minutes. Okay, now I've got a 15-minute timer going. Once that's done, I'll be able to add an ounce of Willamette and an ounce of cocoa nibs. I'm probably still going to throw those in the hot bag just because I'm going to be putting in my wort chiller at the same time, and I do not want the hops nor the wort chiller or the cocoa nibs to melt onto the wort chiller because it makes it easier to clean up when it's not covered in chocolate. I would assume. I have yet to clean one that's covered in chocolate, and I would intend to keep it that way. Our electric beer, the orange Tripel, is sitting at a good 166, still 60 degrees away from boiling. So I guess we're just going to have to keep that going. Luckily, I've got something to keep me busy here. At the top of the boil, I will be adding in the 1 pound of candy sugar. A pound of candy sugar. I'm just going to add this right into the boil and stir it up, make sure it melts nice and neat. I really want to taste it to see what I don't know if it is just sugar. I'm sure it is. I guess it would be. But I want to taste it. That still looks fine. I'm going to add some of my water to the other bucket that I have, and I'm going to put my grain basket in this bucket. I don't know if it's just me because I brew in the garage, but I get quite a few flies as well as bees. Bees often make their way in here, and it's kind of annoying. I don't want to kill the bees. I make an effort not to. I have yet to, luckily. But they sometimes are trying to kill themselves, man. They'll like jump right in. They'll try to fly into my boil kettle. They'll fly into my grain bag as I'm trying to tie it off, stuff like that. Like, be smart, bees, come on. Alrighty. Okay, so I've got this kind of cleaned out. It should be clean enough to be able to get the grains, that whatever continues dripping. This is sitting at right at 5 gallons too. Wow, I'm getting too good at this, man. I'm going to stir this up a little bit so that whatever liquid is in between the grains may fall through, in case they didn't already. So far, it's looking good. I should probably get another gravity reading here. I should get one for both, actually. I guess that one doesn't matter. The stout, it's already going. I'll get the gravity when it's done. This one, however, is still working. So I'm going to get a gravity reading. Hopefully, it looks good. Hopefully, it sits right where it's supposed to. Just going to clean this off so that when I use it in the kettle, I don't get any grains in it. You guys are going to set that back here as well. Okay. So far, so good. Things could for sure be going worse, especially considering how they started out. Especially before I even started brew day. Pre-brew day was awful for me. Just trying to get this stream working, man. It was not going for me. This is yet another Bell Springs Brewing Blonde Ale. Okay. My brother works at, well, one of them works at Bell Springs, essentially doing quite a bit of brewing and stuff right now, helping with the winery. It's a winery and brewing company, which is super cool, on a giant plot of land. They're super nice people. With a gorgeous property, very easy to go hang out, and still stay social distance just because of how massive the property is. They've invited me to come over and talk beer with them, so I'm definitely going to do that sometime. I will take up just about any opportunity that I can to make my beer better. especially if pros are involved. Just about every time I go to a brewery and visit a brewery, if I happen to see a brewer, or I'll ask the person behind the bar, they're not always a brewer. Generally, they're not because they're the bartender. The brewer is often doing brew things. But if I run into a brewer, I'll ask him, hey, here's what I do. Here's what I do for fun. What do you recommend? Who would you talk to about X, Y, and Z? And they're almost always responsive. I find that people in a space like this, the homebrew community, are always looking to help each other out because no one wants to have a bad time doing this. I mean, it's a hobby. You're supposed to have fun. But you don't want to get flustered. You don't want to get frustrated just because this is supposed to be fun. It's just like playing games. Like you don't want to play games with someone that's always angry about it. Like you're just supposed to be having fun, man. Come on. I'm gonna get a gravity rating before it's too late. Give it a good stir. Make sure this is just water on here. I need more diluted water now that I put my mash spoon in it, my ladle. I love this color. It's very foggy. That may be because there might be some grains in the bottom, but it's very, very foggy right now. That's kind of a characteristic of some Belgian beers. They're not generally too clear unless it's super light. This one's not, so I guess we're going to see what it looks like here. But I'm going to get a gravity reading. It's much, much clearer now, though, than it was before when the grain basket was in it, obviously. Okay, the gravity fell quite a bit. Actually, not quite a bit. It only fell a couple points. So it seems to be at 1054 now, opposed to the 1056 it was at. That's probably just because of the extra stuff in the grain bed here. So I may take some water, pour it on it, and see if I can get a little extra sugar out of those grains. I may have some luck. I may not. I probably won't, knowing my luck, at least as of late. But we'll see. I want to set that back down. So that was 1054. I'm just going to pour some of the, it's room temp essentially, but hopefully that doesn't change the fact that these grains are probably still, may have some stuff on it. I'm going to pour what feels like a gallon. I'm going to use my mash paddle this time, so I'm not using the same thing as both. Apologies for the neighbor leaving. Hopefully that's enough. It's probably not quite a gallon, but I'm still going to let that continue doing what it's doing, but I'm just hoping that I can get a little bit more sugar out of these. Granted, that water is colder than room temperature, but that doesn't change the amount of sugar that may be on the grains. Worst case, I have a little bit more volume, and I just need to adjust that. Best case, I am able to get a little bit more sugar out of it and hopefully have a better mash, or ABV. My mash is essentially done. I'm just going to continue letting this drip. I guess I don't have much of a choice there. I just realized I'm using my spoon again. Oh, okay, so this is still boiling real nice. I've got my ounce of cluster in it. My first ounce on the Tripel is going to be an ounce, or my first hop addition is going to be an ounce and a half of Styrian Golding. So I'm probably just going to put in at the boil, put my hop basket in, toss in the first ounce, and then just put in a half bag. I don't have a scale in here yet. We have a small scale inside, but I don't feel like grabbing it. I don't want to step away with the propane burner going any more than I already have. It might take me 2 minutes to go get it out of the thing that it's in, inside of the thing that it's in, and do all that. Come out here, get a Tupperware, right? The whole thing. I don't feel like dealing with it all. So I'm just not going to deal with it. 1 package and a half package should be just fine. So, we do have, as our flavoring, one of our flavoring hops, I guess it's as our flavoring hop, we do have a 0.75 ounces of Saz. And then 0.25 ounces with 5 minutes left at the boil. So I'm probably going to hook up my pump and some hoses to get a good whirlpool going for that 0.25 ounces. I'm also going to use that for the, I'm going to put in more than, so it says for an ounce of sweet orange and a ½ ounce of coriander. I have 1 ounce of coriander. I'm definitely going to hold off on using the whole package. So I'm probably going to use a half package of the coriander. And then I did get a ½ pound, so 8 ounces of sweet orange. I'm probably going to put 2 in at the boil. I'm sorry, not at the boil, but at the for the whirlpool. And maybe some amount during a dry hop, just because I want more of that orange peel flavor. This is sweet orange, so absolute worst case, if I do put all of this in, we're just going to be looking at a really sweet Belgian beer. That's probably not a bad thing. I'd rather sweet than bitter, especially for something like this. So I'm probably going to go maybe 4 and 4, maybe 4 in at the half this bag in at the for the whirlpool, and then another half as during secondary. I say during secondary, like I'm not just going to put this in the during primary, the tail end of fermentation. I will probably just add it in halfway through. I do need to get some sort of weight though to help bring it down. I don't know what's safe to put in here though. I don't want to put like a magnet, for instance, and then it be metallic. Like I'm afraid of what may happen. So I don't know what I should use. If you're watching either live or otherwise, put in the comments what you use to keep your hop bag down low for your dry hops. Let me know. So this is at 191. We're getting closer. We're still about 30 degrees away, 20 degrees away. Should have a nice hop break at the top. Yeah, it's got some nice congealed protein or whatever that is at the top. That's looking good. This is still a nice low boil, exactly what I want it to be. I don't want to lose too much during the boil, so I'm hoping that a low boil would keep me closer to that 4 gallon, maybe above 4 gallons in the fermenter. Over here, same thing. We're sitting right at 5 gallons. For beers like this, it does work using 5 gallon batches, all full volume brew in a bag. It works really, really well, at least from my experience. Just because the only difference, the biggest difference, would usually be mash thickness and ABV, depending on how much your full volume is. I understand that if you're going full volume, you usually want to get more grains. You want more fermentables to make up for that difference of sparging. In my case, I go the other way. I use my 5 gallon recipes and shoot for about 4 gallons in the fermenter. Doing that seems to keep my efficiency. It seems to balance my efficiency out, where I'm able to kind of get close to my numbers. Again, I'm still dialing it in, but I'm still able to get close to my numbers without having to worry about sparging, which is really, really nice. On my 3-vessel system, sparging is a big old pain, and it's often the reason my beers don't turn out the way they need to. At least as of late, since I haven't been sparging on my 3-vessel system, I'm not using my 3-vessel system. I'm able to, it feels more efficient just because I'm not sparging, but I'm still getting close to my numbers. So this is still draining. I'm still, I can tell that there is a little bit more sugar left. So I'm just gonna, hope that the what's left in here adds a couple points, as well as the candy sugar. That's really gonna help, I'm sure. I hope I don't have to put that in. I should be able to just add that right to the boil. I don't know that I need to put it in a hot bag or the hop spider. I shouldn't have to, at least. But we will see. I haven't got quite a few unread messages now. Let's see. Okay. Hoo-wee. Brew Day really like helping things will disconnect you. Okay, let's see. So looks like I'm caught up with things, family members and such, friends showing me cool places that have cool things. Okay, that was weird. Someone just passed by in an unmarked taxi. It was a taxi without all the marks. All right, so this is looking good. This is still dripping. It's probably a quarter gallon. Definitely not a full gallon like I eyeballed. I should stir this up just a touch. Oh, that's a dog barking. I was about to say, what is that sound? So all that looks good. Wow, this is going okay. Now, I have to get the obligatory video for the social medias. Okay, double brew day. Okay, so, all right. Once these are done, I will put another trash bag inside an HEB bag inside the trash can so I can collect those grains as well. But they're still dripping, and I'm gonna let them, so that's fine. I don't care. I should prepare. I'd rather go under than over on the coriander seeds. Again, I'm not gonna go and put get the scale. I'm not dealing with that right now. So I'm just gonna stick with what we've got. I'm gonna need 2 buckets, and I've got 4 that are empty but all completely disgusting. So this one, I don't want to put the lid on the off chance. I don't want to be at risk for a boil over. This one I'll put it on since we're not even at boil yet. We're still about 7 degrees away. That's gonna take still another 15 minutes. This, on the other hand, is pretty much ready. So this is the remains of the stout, the grain bag that I had in here. So we've got a couple liters of maybe a quart, not even a quart, a couple liters of stout here that I'm just going to pour right back in. Because there's no point in I don't need it in this bucket. And I would rather, that is hot water that just splashed on me. I'd rather get, a little bit more volume, a little bit more ABV out of it. This is going to be on nitro, so I'm not terribly concerned about the mouthfeel, which is why I shot my mash I intended to keep low. I don't really care for the mouthfeel, only because it's going to be on nitro. It's going to have a frothy, creamy mouthfeel anyway. I don't want it to be too much so. Oh, and it's I put lactose in it, so that's already going to change the consistency to it. It's going to change it a little bit. That I bet that lactose and the nitro is going to create a nice, what feels like a real cream, not just foam. I think that lactose in combination with the nitro is really going to add another layer to it. You can't see me currently, but I'm just going to break down the camera and that setup just because there's no point in having it put together right now. all it is just another thing that can get knocked over or taken if I'm not in here. So I'm just gonna take my camera, the tripod, get it inside while I've got a few minutes, because it is just, there's no point in having it here currently. But next live stream, you heard it first, this is gonna be my main camera. I'm going to turn the heat up on the stout just a touch. By adding that what was like, again, 1 or 2 liters, that still threw off the temperature just a bit, so it completely stopped boiling there. Not that it matters too much; it's still pretty hot, but I did want to turn it up just to get it back to a boil. This, we may be at a boil now. Yeah, we're almost there. It's pretty much boiling now. That's awesome. So I'm going to turn it off. Wow, that smells so good. Wow. Where's my ladle? All right. Give this a good stir. There's quite a bit of hot break at the top, which luckily, since this is an 8-gallon kettle, like 8.5, it's at 5 or so, so I'm just going to turn it off. I am able to, I'm not worried that boil over, what would have been a boil over if this were a 5-gallon kettle. I got plenty of headspace, so we're looking good there. Neighbors lost a dog, and mine are trying to get out. Luckily, they're inside, otherwise they would be running across the street right now. So that looks good. I got it to a boil. I'm going to add my 1 pound of candy sugar. Apologies if you can hear the neighbors. All right. A pound of light Belgian candy sugar going in. I've never done this before. I've never put candy rock sugar like this before. These are pretty big rocks too. So I'm curious to see what it's going to do. It should just melt away, I'm sure. They wouldn't put it like this if it was going to be a pain. Definitely just candy sugar. These are really big rocks. This is 16, yeah, so a pound. I mean, it's just sugar. I'm just curious what it's going to do to the boil. Or, like, if it's going to boil, rather. That kind of stuff. Why wouldn't it boil, right? Hopefully this doesn't, like, burn on the bottom. So maybe that's why they have you turn off the heat. Maybe I should add the hop spider. Yeah, I'm just going to add the hop spider. In theory, It should still. One sec. Ow! I like to lock my hop spider onto the handle just to prevent the bottom of the hop spider from touching the bottom of the kettle. I can feel that the candy rocks are smaller now, which is great. But I'm still gonna put them into the boil kettle. I'm sorry, the boil kettle, the hop spider. Just so that they don't hit the bottom. It would be easier just to stir inside this hop spider. Actually, I don't see a real difference as long as it doesn't singe on the bottom. I'm just gonna pour them in. But again, that's why they have you turn the heat off. I want to make sure, because every now and then I notice that the hop spider seems to be its own thing inside the kettle. Often the temperature is different. The gravity may be different. So I try not to worry about that. I'm just gonna, hopefully it just dissolves. I'm gonna dump them all in. Hopefully I don't burn myself. If you're just joining, welcome. Thanks for clicking. Thanks for joining. Right now we're at a boil on both our beers. Right here in front of me, I have an orange Tripel or a Tripel. It's a Belgian beer. This over here is going to be a chocolate milk stout. Here in a bit, I will be adding my Willamette hops as well as some cacao nibs to make it that chocolate stout. Over here, I'm adding some candy sugar to my what was a boil, so that this can dissolve. So that these can dissolve and give us a sweet taste opposed to a bitterness. And then, of course, a little bit of ABV because, as I mentioned earlier, my match temperatures were all over the place for one or two reasons. I'm hoping that it's going to be better. I'm going to tie up my grain bag here. All right. So that looks good. That's still cool. I'm going to stir this up a bit more and get it back to a boil. Where did I put my ladle? Yeah, there's a bunch of candy on the bottom. I'm glad I turned off the heating element, otherwise it may scorch. Apologies for the noise. Yeah, I can already see that there was the candy I did put in here. It did melt, but like there's still, yeah. I'm just gonna continue doing what I'm doing here. Setting up my pump and getting a whirlpool going wouldn't be a bad idea right now, just to help kind of keep in motion, but I'm not doing that. Had to leave to eat. How the beer's going. Things are going, they're looking good so far. I got my grain basket out, so I'm letting that drip here. My chocolate stout has already added my first round of hops, so that's chugging right along. The gravity is looking good on that. I need to double check where it is in that. Well, I can just check at the end. I don't want to spend too much time on the wrong thing, but I'll check final original gravity once the boil is done. We're still about 30 minutes away from adding our second round of hops, as well as our cocoa nibs or cacao nibs. Over here. We got to a boil. I turned it off, the element off, so that I could add in my sugar, the candy sugar. I showed it, so if you want to rewind it a bit and look at the packages, I ate one just to see what it was like, and it's just that. It's just rock sugar, rock candy, much like you would find in your grandma's house, if your grandma had that. I don't want to get to a boil yet because I don't want to singe the candy, but I'm just going to stir. Keep stirring. Again, setting up my pump for a whirlpool would not be a bad idea right now. I just don't feel like fiddling with it, not yet at least. I guess I probably could, considering I'm going to do it later. I'm going to be doing the whirlpool later anyway, so I guess I wouldn't hurt it right now. I'm going to do it. I just changed my mind. I do that all the time. I'm going to set up my pump and get it ready for a whirlpool. So I've got a couple things. I've got a whirlpool arm here, and I've got some connections that'll go from the kettle to the pump that's below. You can't see it, but I've got a pump just below us, and I'll be able to have it circulate and then go back through up here, through the bottom part of this whirlpool arm, and try to keep a consistent flow here. So I'm going to set this on. I find that it works best if I just keep it close to my hop spider. So I'm going to do that. Wow, it smells like barbecue out here. It sounds like someone's firing up a grill. That smells good. Okay. What am I doing? What do I need? Oh, I need to finish cooking that up. I've got a bucket full of hoses and such. Since my water is, I'm going to go ahead and get it back up to a boil now, just to get it going. I'm going to put it back to 215. I have to keep it above the boiling point, otherwise the heat will turn off and stay in quote unquote warm. But that doesn't get it, once that warm doesn't keep it at a boil, which is really unfortunate. So I'm going to have to do it this way. I'm going to go one hose at a time, as to not let it just hit the ground. Ow, that's hot. Okay, so I'm going to stir it up a little bit to make sure the candy rocks that were there have dissolved. I don't want to burn the element. It seems to be okay, so I'm going to leave it alone for now. Okay. Hooking this up onto the end portion of my pump. I can't plug the pump in just yet, otherwise it will turn on. I'm just going to get it in place so that when it's primed, it's ready. That still looks good. All right, where's my other hose? The hose is going to go from here. Okay, that looks good. And now to hook onto here, and there's a hook missing. Fantastic. Okay, I don't know where it went, so hopefully it doesn't fall very far. I guess I should long-term fix that. Maybe I should keep them both on the same side. Okay. Essentially, what fell off is the locking arm. There it is. The locking arm for the hose to keep it essentially in place, really. I mean, that's the whole point. But one of the things just keeps falling out and making it really hard to, really do anything. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. Okay, so that's on now. So I can hook this up. Just keeps going off. Good God. Wow, this is just all over the place today. I promise most of my brew days don't look exactly like this. It's the same, they look very close to this, but not exactly like this. They're usually a little bit better, often more structured. But I can't seem to catch a break currently. Okay, so this is getting up to a boil. No candy on the bottom, which is great. This seems to have stopped dripping, which is also great. But let me get the whirlpool going first before I start doing more things. Great. Whirlpool. We're at 200, so about 10 degrees off from a boil, 12 degrees off. First, I need to open up all the valves. So open. Open. Yep, that's open. And this is the last one that needs to be opened. So opening it. I can hear beer moving. Okay, so that should be just fine. For whatever reason, it's not moving too fast out of the spigot. Doesn't seem as though anything is in it. It's a little hard to tell. Let me make sure all the valves are open, and they are. On, off, on. On, off, on. Okay, so I can kind of see it going through. It may be good to plug it in, but for whatever reason, it's still not coming out of here very much, and that kind of sucks. I don't know why it's not. All right. Yeah, things are looking good so far for the most part. It would be nice if I can get this actually to fully whirlpool, but it doesn't seem as though. Maybe that's because it's okay. So open. So that says close. That says open. Open is usually perpendicular with all the stuff. I'm sorry, along with it. Perpendicular is usually off. So I'm just gonna hope that this is primed and ready. In theory, it should just go. It's on. It's trying. It's pushing. Come on. All the valves are open currently. Locked. I think it's working. It looks to be working. Yeah, so I've got the whirlpool arm sitting at the very bottom. It's essentially an upside down L. I've got it along this side of the kettle. So as the wort goes in, up, and down, it's going to push it along the outside, creating a whirlpool, which is exactly what it's doing. It seems to be working just fine for now. So I'm going to try to move because this is right around when things stop working for me. The chocolate stout is still moving. It still looks good. Charting away. All right, so I'm gonna move this over. This already has one bag of grains in it. I'm gonna mess around with the whirlpool arm to make sure it's continuing to go. It is definitely still going, which is awesome. I can never seem to keep it just right. All right, so once it gets to a boil, I will be able to start adding hops and stuff like that. It's not quite there yet. This one has about 10 minutes left in the boil, at least left in this round of it. So I'll be able to add my 0.75 of 1 ounce of Willamette and 4 ounces of cacao nibs. Alrighty, so we'll be adding here in about 10 minutes. We're going to add in about 4 ounces of cacao and an ounce of Willamette. Willamette is a really, really good stout hop just because of the fruit esters that you get out of it, the fruit notes, as well as fresh hay, which makes it really, really nice and grassy, earthy. So you get kind of a grassiness out of it. All that still looks good. I'm gonna try to, again, I need to act fast. Yeah, I definitely need some gloves. But what I will do is I will grab one of many dirty, disgusting rags. And I'm just gonna touch this, that way my hands don't get all disgusting from touching the bottom of the screen bag, all sticky and stuff. So we're just gonna nice and pour, nice and pour, nice and pour. All right. I'm just gonna let some air out. Perfect. This is looking good. Again, I give my grains to a farmer friend of mine. He's able to feed his chickens and use some of it as compost. That's awesome. I'm turning my stout temperature up just a touch to help get the boil going again, because it did kind of die down. And stayed died down. And it still was kind of moving, but I would like a little bit more of an aggressive boil than that. Checking on the hot bag here. Oh, wow. Looks good. Set it back in, let it fall, and just keep it off the ground. Yeah. Awesome. That's looking good, man. Here is our extra quote-unquote sparge water. Adding that in. Woo, that is some volume. It did get us about a gallon, so I was kind of right. Who would have thought, me being right? It's crazy. I did get about a gallon out of it, like maybe just less. So we are maybe like a half gallon or so. We're just over 6 now. Yeah, so that's about a gallon. Math, you know. Same thing when I take this, get it ready to be tied off. Again, I do have another bag of grains below this bag from the stout. I'm just going to take these exactly how you see it to my buddy Wyatt, who is going to be able to give this to his chickens and such, help keep his farm and such going. So, close this up. Okay, and leave it alone. Awesome. So that can stay there. Things are looking good. We are towards the tail end of our brew day. We're looking at 5:30 Central, which is clearly a little bit longer than I intended on doing this. But hey, it is what it is. Hey, it still looks fine. This is almost at a boil. Again, the hop spider seems to be at a different temperature. I'm gonna put the hop brick in it. I'm not tripping over the temperature difference. It's just usually it makes for a harder. I should probably turn off the. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the. My temperature is dropping because of the whirlpool. So I should stop that first. Stop this second, and just hope. Get my gloves. These things are hot. I do need to get a bucket over here to catch things. Things are gonna be hot, so I'm gonna put my gloves on here. So things should go from the whirlpool arm all the way through, back through the pump, and into this, at least for now. My temperature's gonna should rise back here in a bit. We're down to 192 because of the whirlpool. I'm gonna take this guy, put it in here, take my pump, hold it over carefully so as not to drop anything. Getting ready to open this. And now open this. I'm gonna close that. So I've got all four ends of the hoses in the bucket here, just to make sure I pull out any extra work. This is just gonna go right back into the boil kettle, as you would imagine. And I'm probably just gonna leave that alone until I could hook it back up and just not open anything, but I'm just gonna leave it alone until the boil is almost ready. I'm sorry, until the boil is done. This is still saying heat at 192, which is fine. Again, it's just gonna take, it just means it's gonna be a little bit of a longer brew day for me. Whatever, I guess. I'm gonna add this water back while it's hot. Alrighty. All right, so we're almost to adding our first ounce of hops into our triple, that ounce and a half of Styrian Golding. We're almost there. We're about 10 degrees away. It says that 195 now, which is awesome. That's probably from adding that hot water that worked. Our stout is about a minute and a half away from the 15-minute mark. So I could probably add my work chiller in. You're killing it in your civet, bro. I could probably add my work chiller in just to help. Yeah, at this temperature, it's going to kill any bacteria that's on it. Get ready for that. While that's going, at some point, do need to clean one of my fermenters here and get that ready for fermentation. I'm probably just going to take whatever's cleanest. Which is like nothing right now. We don't have anything clean. How about this? I'm going to consolidate. I'm going to start keeping things in here. And in here. Definitely not using the bottling bucket. Always be careful when you're touching hot things as to not burn yourself. That's still pretty hot, even though nothing's been in it for a minute. I'm going to take this water, even though it's disgusting, and dump it in here. I'm probably gonna take these inside to clean them. I don't want to bring a sponge out here and try to clean it with this, so maybe just run them inside, clean it up, and then come back. I probably shouldn't do that because this is on. I will probably wait to clean these until, I don't know, man. I guess I should just go grab a sponge. Okay, well, that's the timer for the, oops, I just hit repeat. Timer, cancel. So this is still getting the temp to 195. Wow, that's gonna, okay. We're gonna add in our cocoa nibs and our cacao nibs and our Willamette. I'm just gonna put these, yeah, I'm gonna put them in the hot basket. Actually, I'm gonna throw the cacao nibs right in, maybe in their own hot basket or hot bag. No, I'm just gonna add them. I'm just gonna toss those babies in. I'm just gonna toss them in. I'm gonna put the hops in the hot bag. I would rather deal with the chocolate. I don't know, actually. I don't want it to clog the spigot. All right, hot bag it is. All right. Hops going in. 15 minutes left, or I guess 10 minutes, right? Yeah, 10 minutes left. I'm just gonna throw these in. Willamette down. I don't want my spigot to get clogged, so I'm just gonna toss these right in. Hopefully this still works. Cacao nibs in. I'm gonna use my ladle to stir it around in there. It's not being used in the Tripel right now, so bringing it right over, dumping it in some, that's disgusting. Not gonna put it in that bucket because it's just got water and grains and whatever excess from my tools and such. But I'm gonna stir around inside the hot bag here just to get whatever may be inside it kind of moving around. I do want to make sure my cocoa nib, my cacao nibs are covered. I don't want them to just be stuck on some hops. In hindsight, I probably should have just gotten another grain bag and used that for the cacao nibs. But it is what it is. So I'm gonna let that soak, sink, pull this back through, and we're just gonna let it ride. This, we are sitting at 200, so we are indeed creeping up in temperature, which is awesome. Things are looking good still for those that are watching, for those that may be watching after the fact. If you are clicking this after, thank you for doing so. I know it's not easy watching a live stream after the fact, but I do try to timestamp them when I'm done, so you can kind of just click and see exactly what's going on. Without having to watch a whole 3-hour video. This may be longer just because of depending on how long it may take me to chill this. But after a while, I did just, not worth keeping the stream going, so I will turn it off eventually. But let me get my yeast packages out to warm because it's going to be a couple more, like an hour at least, before I can even pitch them. So I'll be right back. Things are looking good. Keep an eye on stuff for me. Alrighty. Thank you for your patience. I went ahead and grabbed a sponge and stuff while I was in there because I'm going to have to clean this up and I don't want to keep leaving this open flame. For yeast, on the stout, since I'll be pitching that first, I have some recaptured organic imperial house yeast. This is some yeast that I used and recaptured from the stout that I mentioned earlier, the coffee stout. I didn't add anything to the fermenter. I just took this right from the fermenter after I kegged it, strained it. I washed it a couple times. I put it in a big carboy, let the layers kind of dissipate where it was water, yeast, trub. There wasn't much trub since I got this from the top of the yeast, but I poured what I could from that vessel into this one, and I've got a solid, what could be, big old yeast starter. I'm not even convinced that this is going to work. I've never done this before. I've watched videos and did some research. I don't know if it's going to work, but hopefully it does. I'm just going to pitch this right into the fermenter. It's already got there's already yeast in it. It just needs to be kind of reactivated. So hopefully this works. If it does, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to start capturing yeast so I can save a little bit of money. Yeast isn't always expensive, but it's definitely a cost that you have to consider because the recipes that I put together they never come with yeast. So my Tripel is up to a boil. We're going to be adding in our 1.5 ounces of Styrian Golding. Here in a bit, I'm going to be adding my chiller to the stout here. So I need to stay on top of that. This, now that it's cooled down under, hot basket's already here. So now I can just add in my 1.5 ounces of Styrian. 3% alpha acid, very low alpha acid. Invitingly earthy and resinous character. So this is going to be a very solid option for bittering. I expect that a number of Belgian beers have this hop as their bittering hop, I would assume. So adding this in, this is my 1 ounce at the top of the boil. And now 1/2 ounce going in. I'm not going to measure it. I'm just going to do half a package here. It doesn't not work. Is it efficient? You should probably you should probably weigh it out. I don't because I don't feel like dealing with it. That seems about half a package, so that works. So I'm going to leave that there. And that's it for now. So I'm going to set my 45-minute timer. Start. Boom. So now once that's done, once this timer goes off, I will be adding I will be adding 0.75 ounces of Saz, the remaining ounce, a 1/2 ounce of that Styrian Golding, and then a few ounces of the, actually I'm gonna hold off on the sweet orange and the coriander. I'm gonna get a grain bag, put both of those in the grain bag after I get a whirlpool going. So I'm gonna get all that, and I should be able to get that to I should be able to have this chilled and sealed by the time this is done boiling. So hopefully that works out. I'm going to give this a good stir because there's quite a bit of foam. Hot break at the top. I'm going to put it inside the grain basket just because it seems to be a little cooler in there. I'm sorry, the hot basket, the hot spider. Seems to be just a little bit cooler in there. I'm going to turn off the full power in hopes that it lowers the size of this boil. Because this is a strong boil. I don't want it to be too strong, otherwise I may lose more volume than I want. I'd rather have more volume than less volume, especially if my gravity is where I need it to be. I'm gonna keep, hopefully, yeah, there's kind of some chunks what I imagine is probably the sugar, the candy sugar. I don't know specifically what that is, but I'm gonna try to make sure that doesn't get into the fermenter. So all this seems to be looking good. I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. I should probably get one of my fermenters clean. I should put my wort chiller in there. I'm gonna need, okay. All right, time to actually clean some stuff because I need 2 buckets. I need one for a fermenter, and I need the other as a bucket for my pre-chiller. Because I use a pre-chiller to help kind of speed things up. I need to wash. Actually, I'm just gonna wash my pre-chiller bucket first. Which I'm guessing is gonna be this one, as I just designated right now. Actually, I wanna. Oh man, this is still going to heat. That's not a terribly rigorous boil, but that's fine. Since I turned the power down to half, I'm gonna use this one as my chilling bucket. Gonna use the soap and sponge that I brought. Put that to use. I should probably put the chiller in it so that it gets sanitized. I don't need to wash this actually, now that I think about it. I'm just putting water in it and then another chiller in it, so I'm not gonna wash it. I just need it to hold cold water. And it should do that just fine. Instead of washing yeast, I overbuild my starters. That's a good idea too. I should probably do that instead. I just happened to do it this way this time around. No particular reason. That's just the way it worked out. I was gonna make a yeast starter for it and then over make it, kind of like what you're mentioning here, and then save the rest. I just didn't. A lot of this is pure laziness on my part. I need more water. And I'm surprisingly out of jugs of water just because I've been double brewing so much. So I'm gonna turn my water hose on real quick and get some more water. All right, so I've got my big chiller here. It's a 50-foot stainless steel. Oh, snap. Oops. Stainless steel. Wow, that does not smell good. I just spilled a little bit of work, which is not a big deal. It got to the burner, which can cause a big old mess. Luckily, it wasn't very much, so there's not much of a mess to clean up here. I got my big chiller, 50-foot coiled immersion chiller here inside my kettle. Got that looking nice and good. I don't want that too close to the flame there, so I'm gonna bring that back up. But that's going to, this in there right now is gonna disinfect it essentially, kill any bacteria, and that is filling up. Okay. Okay, I guess that just shoots out when it wants to. I'll leave that in there for now. I need to get some ice packs. I really need to figure out how to bring all this stuff out beforehand. I think what it comes down to is me needing my own beer fridge. So to start, I have about a gallon of water in our bucket. I'm gonna put more water in it. Actually, it's a couple gallons, but doing this, I'm able to rapidly chill the wort because the pre-chiller has really, really ice cold water around it. Thus, when the water gets to the big chiller, it's already ice cold. It's already 20, 30 degrees. So that is probably about done on its boil. I should probably turn it off and get it ready to be chilled. I just use ice packs, some stuff that I bought from Amazon, as well as the ice packs they give you for HelloFresh. My fiance and I were using HelloFresh for a little bit to get some of our dinners brought to us. That way we wouldn't have to go to deal with the store, considering we're in a panorama and all. So we were doing all that to get food brought to us. And when they show up with big old ice packs that you can cut open, you can melt, cut open, and just throw away the inside, just trash the inside, and then recycle the bags. Well, I just kept the whole thing, just put it back in the freezer, and my first thought was I can use this for beer. And it's been working so far. It works a bit better, I noticed, if I put it in this bucket opposed to my mash tun, like I was doing, just because of all the extra space in the mash tun, I imagine. Okay. So I'm hooking this up to the water hose. I can't separate those two ice packs, unfortunately. So hopefully that's just enough to be able to keep it, keep the wort chiller cold. I'm gonna put a little bit more water in it. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the burner, because there's no point in it being on right now. No point. So this beer is almost done. I should be able to chill it, put it in the fermenter, hopefully soon. Right now I'm just putting a little bit more of the ice in between the coils. More water. Hopefully that's not too much water. What's too much water, right? I'm gonna turn the main, actually that's gonna be fine. That's gonna be fine. That's fine. Okay. Now I'm going to turn my water hose on, chill the stout. Water's flowing, going through pump chiller 1, through chiller 1 all the way to chiller 2, and all the way through chiller 2. We've got a steady flow through the chillers, so that's looking good. We're at the tail end of brew day for 1, and almost to the tail end of brew day on the Tripel here. It is almost 6 o'clock Central, which means I've been doing this for about 6 hours now. Almost 6 hours. What's that sound? Oh, I guess the water hose is leaking a little bit, which is fine. I should clean my fermenter, sanitize it and everything. For those that are watching, thank you. Thanks for joining and helping me with this. I brew almost every weekend, maybe not every weekend, but most weekends I'm brewing. The beers that I brew don't always get a video. I'm going to change that and just do probably tastings on the beers that I don't have a grain to glass video for, just to kind of show you the beers that I brew that don't get a video. For instance, some beers that you guys missed out on: Imperial Red Ale, those chocolate stouts that I'm still trying to pump out a video for. What else? I've got a strawberry kiwi lime that I live streamed last week, and a New England IPA that I brewed the day before my live stream last week. So last Saturday I brewed that. I didn't stream it. Those didn't get videos. I may do a video on it. We'll see. Again, if I do, it's probably just going to be a tasting, because those beers are kegged and carving right now. In fact, once I finish my blonde, I'm going to taste the IPA to see if it's ready. My first bucket of water is almost finished, almost full. So I'm going to take this out, get some water in here, and dry it up, clean it up. Actually, I'm just going to do this, use my chiller water. It may be a little warm, but that's okay. I recycle all my water, so the water that I drink with my beer, the water that I use to brew, is actually the water that you're seeing now. It's just the water that used to be, that's just coming from my water hose from my brew days. At one point, I had too much water, but now that I'm brewing a little bit more and kegging less, I'm starting to keg 4 gallons of beer, 2 gallons of beer, 3 gallons of beer instead of 5. And in doing that, my brew days are shorter. I'm sorry, my brew days are not shorter, but I'm brewing more often, which means I'm using more water. So that's cool. So got that on. We're reaching our 5 gallon mark on here, so I'm just gonna wait. All right, so that's in there, that's going. The temp was at 212 or so, 215, and is dropping it to 160 now. So about 10 minutes, 60 degrees, awesome. This is still going. I did turn the power to half on this guy. So this is gonna be, it's not as strong a boil here. The only concern I have, I wish I could show you, is there a little bit of thingies floating around. I don't know if that's just resin, like rain that was in there that didn't make its way out. But whatever, I'm not tripping. It looks good though. This one still seems fine. I need to finish cleaning that fermenter. I don't feel as bad about throwing the water out. Mostly because I capture so much of it. I'm capturing, what might be 10 gallons of water today, 15 gallons. We're already at almost 10 from this one beer. So we may fill all of our water jugs up just from chilling today alone, which means that's going to give me a few more brew days of just water, brew water. Alrighty, so my fermenter is clean. I just need to get some sanitizer in it now. I'm going to dry it up real quick, but it's nice and clean. Thanks for brewing with me, whoever's still with me. Those that have just joined, welcome. Appreciate the clicks. Appreciate you taking some time out of your day to kind of spend it with me here. You may not be in my garage, but you're kind of in my garage. So that's cool. Appreciate anyone that stops by. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the comment section or the chat if this is live for you. Let's see. I'm going to be live streaming while also filming for YouTube. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do now. That's what I was going to be doing for these 2 beers. The plan was to use my DSLR camera as a main camera to capture footage for my videos, the grainy glass videos. That way I wouldn't have to worry about stopping in between my brew day to kind of get a script together, even if it's just a walking script where I say it and then I just try to repeat it and get it down there. I need to get better about preparation for my videos, because a lot of the times I'm just like, oh, I guess I should record this and just change my shirt and get to it. I really need to have a bit more structure, because I very much lack structure to my not just my brew days, but my channel as well, my uploading schedule. Again, I save all my water, so that jug is just going to stay under there until I need it again. Much like probably 2 or 3 of these jugs. Probably not going to mess with any of that for now. We're down to about 130 on this. It's a good thing I kept all the electronics away from this. Otherwise, that could be a mess on top of a mess. This is looking good. That's just holding that. This is going to be my... Wait. What's going to be my fermenter for this? This? Yeah, I guess this is going to be my fermenter. Might as well clean it too. So I'm going to toss all of this out. Same thing, I'm just going to use the water coming out of the chiller to clean this up. All right. Yeast, I appreciate you spending this time with me. I know you're kind of in and out, but I think you were the only concurrent viewer that I had, which is awesome. It tells me that you're into this just as much as I am, and obviously, since you have a YouTube channel and you spend all this time on it. So I'm sure you and I are alike in that vein, but I appreciate you hanging out with me, man. Appreciate the insight as usual. I try to learn as much as I can as we go. I have to go edit. Hey, appreciate you stopping by, man. Definitely, yeah, take care of that. If there's anyone that understands the woes of editing, it's people like myself. I don't hate editing. It just takes quite a bit of time. Time that I barely have. A lot of the time that I have is work. After work is, dinner and then bed. We watch TV and then go to bed. The weekends, again, I wake up late usually just to try to make up for the lack of the stuff I can do during the week. Go get errands and stuff done. And then brew, which takes a while. So I'm already looking at my entire day is reserved for brewing. I can't really edit as well unless I'm not live streaming, because I can edit kind of like this if I had the computer for it. I could edit right now, but I can't do that if I'm in the garage. My computer's in there. I could remote in and try to edit, but that's really hard. I can get some of the cuts correct, but audio is not going to be right because it's going to be, there's a delay and all that stuff. So that's all stuff I need to figure out. Again, I appreciate you stopping by. Can't wait to hopefully have a beer with you sometime, man. I'm just still cleaning this up. I'll dry it up here in a moment. Get it ready to become a fermenter again. I need another water jug because this one is about to overflow. And it's overflowing. All right, that's done. Next jug. Alrighty, so we're down to 100, so I still need about 30 degrees left on this one before it's ready to pitch. This is looking good, just need to dry it out. And then I will need to, I've already got some pre-made sanitizer. I made some sanitizer last brew day, as well as some yesterday. So I've got quite a bit of sanitizer ready. Smack pack. Oh, I guess this is just a regular shake. Shake this up. Give my other yeast a little bit of a shake here. All right, yeah, we're almost done with brew day here. This is still boiling, which is awesome. I've got about 20 minutes left until I can add my next round of hops on this one, so we're still waiting a while on that. It's a good thing I brought this out. This is gonna take some time to warm up. That jug is almost full. Time to bring another one over. Thanks again for anyone that's still with me here. I have been brewing, or at least working on this brew / live stream since about noon Central, maybe about 12:30. I went to Best Buy shortly after they opened and got a capture card so that I could use my DSLR as a webcam. But that didn't work all that well because of the setup that I have, so I may need to reconsider that. So here we are, live streaming directly to YouTube from YouTube without the use of a streaming software, broadcasting software. The software is very helpful because I'm able to add graphics and things like that to kind of represent myself a little bit more. I'm able to live stream directly to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I'm able to manage both streams from one spot. It's really nice, but I'm unable to use it right now because I don't have the camera quality from the last time was not where I want it to be. That's where it has been, and I want it to be better. So I'm working on that. So bear with me. I may need to find a gaming computer, maybe a used one somewhere, so I'm not spending $2,000, $1,500 on a computer when I don't need that. Hopefully, I can find one that's got a decent graphics card that'll get done what I need done, and I'll be able to take the live stream mobilely. And if I am out of town or something, if I'm on vacation for an extended period of time, I can at least still continue to edit directly from my laptop, have scheduled uploads, and even work on other things. And game, of course, game. I mean, I'll look into that here probably after my live stream once I'm done. Hopefully I can make a D&D, but we'll see. Yeah, of course. Once the live stream is done, you'll be able to revisit the video and take a look at anything you may have missed. There's not much going on at the moment. I'm just waiting for this boil to get finished up so that I can add my next round of hops. Just waiting for the timer to go off. This I'm just waiting to get to temp so I can pitch. We're almost at 80, so even still, this is taking a little bit longer, but it's easier for me than just letting the groundwater do it, just because that groundwater, man, is still all of 70, 80 degrees out right now. Luckily, it's not. It's a little muggy out right now. It looks like it's going to rain. I thought it was going to, but usually if the temperature is too high here in Austin, my groundwater is 80, 90 degrees. You can touch it, you can drink it, but it's not quite not cool enough to be able to pitch yeast into it. So I did have to get a pre-chiller, or at least I got it because I figured it would help, and it has been helping, especially with stuff like this. For my last week's 2 brews, the New England IPA and the Strawberry Blonde both had Kvike yeast in it, fun fact. So I was using a Norwegian farmhouse yeast strain that powers through fermentation. I was actually able to complete fermentation in about a week on both, which doesn't happen often. So that's cool. All right, so I'm about to run out of water or jugs here, so I may need to figure out some other solution for this. I may not be able to recapture this water after all. I may need to unplug the kettle when it's done and bring it over to the end of the garage so I can just dump the water. It's unfortunate, but I was not expecting to use this much water to chill the stout. This is saying 80, but it's still steaming, which tells me it's probably not 80 degrees. I don't want to stick anything into it because I don't have any. I mean, I could just sanitize a thermometer real quick, but I guess I'm not going to do that right now. I have to clean one off and then sanitize it. All right, so I guess that's all of my prepared sanitizer. Hopefully I can still use it. So reuse that sanitizer. Yeah, once this jug is done, I may need to figure it out. Yeah, I'll probably just have to let it go down and out. So I already filled what I can store. It's a little space and a couple more, but we'll see. So this is still a nice small boil. I'm not tripping over that. That's gonna be fine. Still 15 minutes left in the 15 minutes left on this round of hops. Let's see. All right, so it's getting a little dark. I mean, it's, again, almost 6:30 here, 6:15. So it's getting a little dark. Again, it's pretty cloudy, so I apologize if the lighting is not correct. I haven't thought about bringing any other lights in here. I'm probably not going to, just for the sake of not having a bright light shining on me for 7 hours. Having it on me for the 45 hour long recording sessions I have already. It can be a bit much. Start sweating, stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about the. I mean, I could just use this kettle here and then open the spigot later, so I don't have to move anything. This is when I'm done with it. I usually use the kettle for. I also use the kettle for cleaning, so just because it's a big vessel, I can use it to clean as well. So I'm probably going to do that with all this extra water. It's a 15-gallon kettle, so I can fit quite a bit of water in it, about 15 gallons. All right, so that's going to do that. Apologize for the noise. All right, that's some cold water. I'm not going to mess too much with the grain bag, the hot bag that I have here. I'm going to move it around so that the wort that's inside that may be stuck on the hops or what have you can come off. I've got my cacao nibs in here as well, so I'm sure that's going to create a little bit of a stickiness to it. I'm going to put it back. Yes, I'm just reintroducing it to the wort again, but whatever. I'm not going to pitch my yeast once it's ready because this is still pretty chilled. So I'm not going to mess with that currently. So actually we're at almost 70 degrees. By the time I pitch, actually let me double check. I'm going to sanitize it first. It's not, I don't see much smoke coming off of it now, so it's probably not crazy hot, but I bet it's still well over what it's telling me. Yeah, this says it's still close to 90 degrees. I'm just going to set this on it. Yeah, this is saying over 90, so I guess I'm just going to have to let it keep chilling. I'm not going to be able to pitch my yeast into that. That is too hot. But this is looking good. We're probably 10, 15, 13 minutes left. Let's see. So that's fine. I don't know what that sound is. whatever. I should probably get a whirlpool ready for this. Probably hook up my stuff again and get it ready for a whirlpool, so that once my timer goes off, yeah, my timer will go off, and I'll be adding 15, or at 15 minutes, I'll be adding some stuff. So I should be adding my chiller in at that point. So hopefully this gets down to the actual temp I need it to be. And it is. It looks like it's dropping still. So we're at about 85. This temperature, I believe this yeast likes 70. Oh, this is probably going to prefer like 75, 77. Once it drops to 80 on my other thermometer, I will take it out. I will need to move my kettle though, which is not going to be a big deal. I'll just move it. And I'll probably end the stream there just for the sake of having yet another 3.5 hour long video on my channel. I will be cleaning and just getting this ready. I need to get a whirlpool and stuff like that going, so I probably can't move it yet until the whirlpool is done. So maybe I will just need to use the kettle again or dump out one of my jugs so that I can at least make way for that. But we'll see. This is getting the temp, so I'm probably just going to go ahead and get it ready to transfer. To transfer, I usually just hook up a hose to it. Well, let me think. I need to make sure that it's strained. So if I have another grain bag, which I do, I'm just going to put a grain bag in a bucket and let and then just pull out any I won't call it debris, but anything that may come out of the spigot. I'm just going to pull it out of the out of the bag, and hopefully that strains it enough. I'm going to turn the water hose off. Be right back. Okay, so I've got that off now. I'm going to take my sanitizer, pour it in the other bucket here. Wow, I'm gonna have to make more sanitizer because that just looks disgusting. My grain bag, I guess, wasn't as clean as I thought it was. Need a hose. Soaking that. Let's see. So this should work just fine. I should be able to just do one of those, let it go right in. It says it's at 80, which is a great temperature. Okay, so this is ready. Let me do one of those. Let me make sure there's nothing else that I'm missing. Where's my... So I do need to get a gravity check. This is expected at 75% efficiency. It's 1062. I'm gonna open her up here. Alrighty. We are transferring. I'm gonna leave everything the way it is, just so that I don't disturb anything. I'm gonna get this and my squeezy thing. Get some sanitizer on it and in it. Sample. Okay, so let me check gravity with my refractometer here. Wow, that is way higher, which is, I guess, kind of a good thing. Okay, hold on. I need a sharper light source, so I'm going to turn my garage light on. Outside, it's still pretty foggy, so it's really hard to tell the rating. I'm going to be able to look directly at a light. I don't know why I thought seeing it away from my glasses was going to help. So I think this is like 1072. It's really hard to tell though. I'm going to say 1070. Yep, I'm going to say 1070, which is about 0.08 points higher, which is fine. It's not a bad thing. So 1070 just means we're going to hopefully we're able to ferment more, since considering the whole mash temp debacle from the beginning, for those that were with me. Hopefully that kind of makes up for it. Hopefully. But OG is looking at 1070, which should give us like a 6.5% beer, 7%, depending on whether or not I destroyed my mash. I say it like that because if the mash with the way the temperature fluctuated, I may have more unfermentable sugar left over, which may leave me with a higher gravity at the end, which means less fermented, which essentially just means that my beer may be weaker than intended, which I'm hoping is not the case, but we will see. So I'm getting some sanitizer on my hands. I'm gonna start moving things around the brewery here. To get ready to get ready to get this chilled. I am gonna have to move some stuff around here. Actually, I guess I'm not chilling it yet. I still have to add. Once this timer goes off, I'll be adding my ounce of hops. So I'll be adding quite a bit of hops. And then I'll be adding my orange peel and coriander. So I guess I'm going to need this other grain basket when the time comes, which I guess isn't a big deal. Or I can use one of the other ones. That's the grain basket I use for the actual brew. So I probably shouldn't use it. I guess I could use the hop spider. Definitely use the hop spider for the hops. I would like a hop basket for the orange peel and the coriander. I think I have one more actually. I guess I'll be washing all my hop bags. Yeah, looks like we got one more. I should probably get another pack of them and just get some more because you can't have too many hop bags. I'm gonna use my spoon to kind of stir this up a little bit. Oh. Okay, so I'm squeezing my grain bag right now, my hot bag. I can't do much with the stuff that's inside of here. All I can do really is throw it out. I'm just trying to get as much into my fermenter as I can. I do have a grain bag inside my fermenter, so that's going to help strain anything, hop debris, stuff like that may have gotten into it, any grains. I'm going to try to get as much as I can. I'm going to confirm the gravity one last time, just to make sure that the number I saw is the number I'm getting. But I'm going to do that from the fermenter, not the kettle. And that's about all I can get. I was going to leave that in there. I can take this out. Take this, close that. Alrighty, so just gonna pull my grain bag out. So this, it's a little hard to see, but this, all that's in here, you can kind of see it dripping, or like the stuff is going through. That is all just hop debris and other things that got into the boil, that got into the kettle. I don't want to squeeze it too much as to push whatever's in it out of the bag. So I'm just gonna do one of those, cup it, just put it back right there. We're looking at, I'm going to put those inside the kettle. That way I'm not having to clean up this sticky mess. Yet another sticky mess. Where's my water bucket? Okay. Dry my hands off. Get another gravity reading. Make sure I haven't missed anything in the chat. Awesome. Okay, so that's done. That's good. I'm going to get this hot bag ready because this is where I'm going to put my coriander and orange peel. I'm stirring my hot basket a little bit just to make sure that the hops that are in it kind of continue getting some type of interaction with the water, the wort. Alrighty, so I should be good to sample and seal. So yeah, we got just under 5 gallons, which is freaking awesome. That's incredible to see, actually. I say that because I was genuinely expecting, I usually push for about 4 into the fermenter. And since we've got 5, that just means more beer. I've been trying to keg like half and bottle half so I can take some get-togethers and things like that. Have some that would have to go buy beer. I can just go grab a homebrew, and it doesn't have to just be what's on tap. I'll be able to open a bottle too. At least that's the plan. So that's what I'm working on. I usually shoot for about 4 gallons into the fermenter, but with 5, that's just awesome. That means I can do 2.5. Or since this is the chocolate stout, I'm going to be putting this on nitro. I don't want 5 gallons in the keg. I made that mistake with the beer that's on nitro now. I need headspace for the foam that gets created while you're carbonating. If you don't put headspace, it's just going to be coming out of your pressure relief valve or somewhere. It's going to come out of somewhere. And you don't want that. So I'm working on that still. So I'm doing one last gravity reading on my chocolate milk stout. Okay, so this is still right at 1070 or so. So I'm going to leave it at 1070. I'm glad I did a second one. That just makes things a little bit more sure, especially since I'm not sure about myself half the time, let alone all these things that I just keep messing up. But whatever. Things are looking fine. It's getting a little, not late, but again, the sun is already almost gone. So I'm just going to hope that I get enough sunlight to finish this live stream. Oh, there's my timer for the stuff behind me, so stop. That I still have to add hops and all that extra stuff too. I'm gonna do that now. I'm ready for hot bag in. So I'm adding about 7.75 ounces of Saz, and then I'm adding the last remaining with about 5 minutes left. So I need to start my whirlpool, or I guess I can get this going first. So let me put this into the hot basket. So I need about that much left. Yeah, so that much of Saz, the ½ ounce of Styrian from earlier. I wonder what happens if I put the whirlpool arm in the hot basket. Let me know. I'm not going to use all of these coriander seeds. It says to use a ½ ounce. I'm going to use less than that. I'm going to use less than a ½ ounce just for the sake of, I don't want it to be too coriander-y. The last time I used a green, an earthy spice, I did too much ginger in my winter beer. Wow, that smells good. I'm going to eat one. It's got a little, I won't call it citrus, but there's kind of like a punch of flavor. I don't know what that is. Obviously it's coriander, but I don't know what it tastes like. So, it's good though. What would be half of it, I'm not going to do half. So it is a Belgian beer. I'll do half. Belgian beers you want to be kind of grassy, earthy, floral, spicy, like green spice. So I'll do the ½ ounce, like it says. But I'm gonna do more than just the 1 ounce of orange peel. I've got a ½ pound peel, so 8 ounces of orange peel. I am just going to use maybe half now, and then half Actually, let me get my whirlpool first before I add that. So I'm gonna keep that going. I'm gonna turn the full power on so that it doesn't lose the boil, and get my hoses back out. Okay, so that is open, that's closed, this is open. As long as everything's open, it should go through, so I should be able to open this, it should work just fine. I need to seal this other one. I'm gonna stop doing what I'm doing, sanitize the lid and seal this, or at least mostly seal it. I'm gonna do it. Where's my spray bottle? I don't have my spray set. Dude. I've got a spray bottle of sanitizer here, as well as what I usually keep is like a bucket, essentially, of sanitizer. I'm gonna use the Tri-Lock, just for convenience sake. That looks good. Lid. I can't do that yet, but I will do one of these. Give it another good spritz. I should be good to just get this going. I mean, actually, I haven't put my orange peel in yet, so that's fine. Wow, that's a big old mosquito. Hopefully this works. Again, this is reharvested yeast from a coffee stout that I made a few weeks ago. I kegged it like last week, and I'm hoping this is gonna work. It does still kind of smell like coffee, which I guess isn't a bad thing, but I'm pitching the yeast. I should give it a good aeration here, so I'm probably just gonna grab my paddle and stir it around a whole bunch. I do need to sanitize it first, so I'm gonna take it, water, sanitize it. Alright, so I should be good to do something like this. Aeration is very important for the first few stages of fermentation. So I'm just creating some bubbles here. Not as much as I would like, but whatever. I got my yeast pitched. Hopefully that's gonna work. Got some sanitizer, lid, seal. So just like that, one beer is done. I've got my chocolate milk stout in this Northern Brewer fermenter. This is I've been really excited for it. That should start taking off in a couple days, in theory. Now back to this. I should be able to open this up. Yeah. Should fill the pump. At least looks like it's filling the pump. So that's open. once I start this, it's probably going to do what it did last time and kind of not start, but then start. Okay, so it's almost through the pump. It's kind of coming through, not quite all the way yet. I think it's creating foam, which is a little weird. Okay, so now it's pumping. Whew. It's hot. Okay. I would very much like a whirlpool to go, just because I want to be able to get more flavor and aroma out of this last quarter ounce of hops, as well as the 2 ounces of orange peel I'm going to do. I may do 3 ounces and then an ounce later. Yeah, I think I'm going to do 3 ounces and an ounce later. But I need this to whirlpool first. I'm putting my glove on because it's really hot to touch that. I really want this to work. Okay, so if it's going that way right now, I just need it to stay, man. I would very much like it to stay. That would just be sick if it just stayed in the place that I put it. Why is it not going to the pump now? Something clogged it, I think. Great. That's fantastic. That's exactly what I need right now. Is it pumping again? Barely. Oh, I just moved the pump. Hot. Hot. There's a little bit of plastic, yeah, that was a tubing that was keeping that kind of in place. I may need to figure that out later on. Is this actually still pumping? If it's not, I'm just turning it off. All right, no whirlpool. It was worth a shot. Because right now the pump is just running with nothing in it. So I'm gonna turn that off. I guess this is probably the same bucket that I used earlier. Ah, that is hot. try not to get these wet just because if they're wet, I mean, they're still on my hand, so it's just hot wort in this case on my hand, which is still not cool because it's hot. I guess I still need that. I'm just going to put on a different one. I'm just going to do the same thing I did earlier, put the pump over. I should go take this off. I was really hoping for the whirlpool there. I mean, I figured, I don't know why it doesn't work for me. I guess that's, again, I guess something got stuck in it. Okay, so I got all the wort out of it on the pump. It's still boiling, which is awesome, so I'm just going to pump it, put it right back in. I don't know what got stuck. Probably the spigot, maybe some hot debris. I did, when I moved to the whirlpool arm, it did kind of move some of the hot, it took some of the hot debris with it. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to figure that out later. Okay, so it's still boiling. I just need to add my orange peel. I'm just going to stir it, old school whirlpool. I'm just going to stir it. I'm just going to have to deal with it. Oh, almost just dropped my orange peels. So I'm going to add about half of this bag, or 3/4 of the bag. I thought about using some of that Kvike citrus yeast on this, just for even more citrus flavor, but I don't think it would make it Belgian at that point. I don't know what specifically makes it Belgian other than just the style. You're just following a certain style, but that's about how much is left, so I'm going to take that. Okay, now to stir. All right, so I'm just gonna stir here, pushing the grain bag up against one of the walls here, just to kind of make sure that as I create this whirlpool, it does, the bag stays out of the way for one. In fact, I can probably put it behind the grain basket. This is kind of hard. Okay, this is what I signed up for. It would be much easier if there weren't things in my boil kettle, but alas, there are things in my boil kettle. That's a big old mosquito. I'll leave it alone, just leave me alone for now. I don't want to stir anymore, so I'm just gonna, and then here in like 5 minutes, I'll need to add that last ounce of hops. I do need to get the wort chiller in it though, so I should take it out of here and clean it up as best I can. In fact, I'm gonna put it in this bucket with all the ice water in it. I'm gonna just set it inside. I'm gonna leave that alone for now. I'm gonna clean off the wort chiller. turn the hose on just for a second, just so I can clean off the wort chiller for a little bit. I don't want any of this soap or anything to get into it. Did not think this part through. Okay. I'm probably just going to bring the water hose around this way. My cords and everything are over there, so I'm probably just going to bring it over here. I should probably bring them over here first. Okay, so I've got my pre-chiller in. Moving all this over. This is still a big old solid block of ice, so that's just going to go right back in. Big old solid block of ice. I guess I need to move the bucket around now. Okay, so I guess I have to do this one at a time, or I can just do that. We'll put the I'm trying to get the orange to go inside the grain bag, or the hot sweater, so that I can do one of these. Awesome, so the wort chiller is now in. Hot basket, grains, only made a little bit of a mess, awesome. I always expect to make messes. Just a trait of doing what I'm doing, I guess. I guess I can fill up what little space I have in the rest of these two jugs here. And I guess I was going to bring the big kettle back over. If you've made it this far, thanks for watching. I know it's getting real dark. The sun is almost completely gone here. I mean, it's evening time. It's 7 o'clock. Yeah, this is just moving along. Very little I can do this very second. I'm going to be figuring all that out here. There's no point in not cleaning up. I'm going to at least try to make it easier to clean later, because I'm going to be in here cleaning for a while. Okay, so I'm going to let that sit for a little bit longer. Okay, that's right, the wort chiller is in there. I was like, why is it not going all the way down? There's a wort chiller in there. Okay, so that's going to be fine. This needs to be cleaned, but there's nothing I can do about that right now. I can at least get my propane burner and stuff out of the way. going to use one of these rags here to clean up what was a little bit of a boil over. That's only going to cause problems later, so might as well fix it now. Typically, you would want to pause brew day, but it wasn't even a full boil over. I just lifted the grain bag out, my hot bag, and some wort came out. Slid down the side of the kettle, got right into the burner. Not a huge deal, but definitely something to consider because that could have been a big deal. It wasn't, but it could have been. So that looks good. I was a little bit more efficient on the chocolate stout than I originally thought. I was able to, so far, at least on the surface, I was able to get more sugar out. I had a higher original gravity than predicted, even though I was messing around with the water volume. I usually start at about 6.5 gallons as my mash in, mostly so that I can end with about 4.5 gallons in the fermenter. Usually doing that, I see less efficiency because I have one set of grains, but I'm adding more water than the recipe originally intended. So the expected result is going to be a little different. In my case, my gravity usually is a little bit lower than expected just because I'm diluting it with water. In this case, it was actually higher, which may mean just because of the longer mash, because I did kind of mash for like an hour and a half, I probably got more sugar out of that than what the recipe expected. So that's always good. Just trying to save myself some space. Again, I do think I need another table. I could use this big black table as like my brew stream table, and then like a solid metal one here, like you see, like the stainless steel ones you see in restaurants. That's very much what I would like, but those are just expensive. So I have to figure out another way. All right, so I think I'm about good to turn this chiller on. I do need to add this 1/4 ounce of sauce, so I'm just gonna do that now. I think I'm gonna add just a touch of coriander to the dry hop when I'm adding the orange peel in. I think I'm gonna add just a touch of it in there, just for extra aroma. You working? What are you working? I cleared my. Oh, hello, North Face cigarette reviews. Whoa. I'm not really sure. I cleared my. I'm not really sure what's going on. Am I working? Hi, how am I? Let me start from where you were saying. Am I still going? What was the OGs? Yeast. My orange is still going. I've just got it. I'm going to be turning my chiller on here shortly. I haven't checked OG yet. On the stout, I actually got 1070, which was about 0.008 points higher than the recipe called for. Is expecting at 1062. I got it at 1070, so a little bit stronger than expected, hopefully. I guess we'll see what it looks like when the yeast has gotten a chance to eat that sugar away. Depending on how much is left, I guess we'll have to see in a couple weeks. North Face cigarettes reviews. Thanks for stopping in. Am I working? No. This is a hobby of mine. I'm brewing beer. I just finished. You may not be able to see it, but that bucket with the red lid right there, that's my chocolate stout. It's a milk chocolate stout that I just finished. I've sealed it. I did all the stuff. That's going to be, the yeast should, in theory, if it's still healthy, should start kicking in a day or two. I didn't set up a starter, so it's gonna take a little bit to kick in. So that's gonna be fun. The behind me here with this is an electric kettle. That's gonna be an orange Tripel. It's a Belgian beer, Trappist ale, I believe. But it's gonna be very citrusy, very orange, and kind of color as well as taste is the point. Hopefully this goes well. I'm cleaning things up right now. I'm about to turn my chiller on, but right now I am just letting. I've got a little bit of. I've got some orange peel, about 3 ounces of orange peel right here, as well as added my last addition of hops, my flavoring hops. So that's going to be finishing up. Right now, just cleaning things up to make it easier for me here shortly. Got a big old pile of stuff to clean, so this is going to be a blast. Yeah, I guess I might be missing something on your comments there, North Face. I'm not really sure what the deal is, but if you're still here, thanks for stopping in. Feel free to reword whatever it was you were trying to say. What are you working? I imagine you saying, what am I working on? Oh, looks like there was an error on this. I guess it couldn't get any higher. E4. I bet I have to reset it, which kind of sucks, but I'm just going to let it. I mean, I'm done with it anyway, so I'm just going to turn it off. I don't know what the error was about. I imagine because it couldn't get any higher or something on that temperature, or maybe the wort chiller's throwing it off. Actually, yeah, that's pretty hot because the wort chiller is sitting right on the electric element. Doug West, because he likes to talk to minor. Whoa. I do not know who Doug West is. My name is Justin, and I'm a home brewer in Austin, Texas. What you're seeing right now is what the tail end of my brew day. I apologize if the color and everything is all off because it's nighttime here now. It's 7 p.m., so it's evening. The sun's completely gone, and we're just relying on the light of my garage. I'm not sure why I came up when you looked up their name. I don't know. I don't have any tags or anything on this video. It was more of a test, so I'm surprised it showed up in the first place. I do not know who that is, but the fact that they talk to minor women and support pedophiles is not cool. Young people should not be terrorized by older people in any way, shape, or form. Whether that's in this situation where you maybe, I don't really know the specifics, so I don't want to discuss it because I have no clue what you're talking about. But my general stance on people messing with minors is no. I do not support that. I'm going to turn, so this is off. I'm going to turn this all the way off to ensure nothing's going. I'm going to turn my water hose on, and I'll be right back. So I've got water going through my water hose up to my first wort chiller, which is in this bucket, with some ice and some water. It should be nice and cold in there. And that water goes up through to another wort chiller that's inside this kettle. So I'm just going to make sure that the rest of my jugs here are full and then go from there. I do need to get this tank down, and I'm probably going to have to put another thermometer in it since I don't have, since it's off right now. I can try turning it back on, but it may need to be reset before working again. Yeah, it looks like I may need to reset it. There's a button on the bottom. So I'm not going to deal with that right now. I'm just going to keep moving along with my brew day. Give this a good shake. Yeah, this is up to temp now, so that's good. Once this goes, that should be good on that. That's going to be filling up soon too, because I'm now just out of space. And it just goes into my brew tub for washing. Now so I've got a fermenter that's clean. I need a lid and an airlock, but that can wait. What do I need? Oh, I need a thermometer. I'm gonna take the same one from earlier, wash it off real quick. I don't need to worry about sanitizing it since this temperature is still really, really high. But I am gonna rinse it off a couple times as to not add any soap to the beer. Oh, really? Yeah. There's a viewer, North Face Cigarette Reviews. I don't know specifically what the deal is, but they were asking me to comment on Doug West, whomever that is, and whatever they've been doing, because they've been apparently doing not cool stuff. I don't have much of an opinion on a situation I'm not involved in. I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. But let me move this further away. But yeah, there are some comments on my stream, on my side, that are asking about Doug West, whoever the hell that is. I don't know much about the situation, so like I said, I'm not going to discuss it. But this is actually chilling really, really quickly. We were at 215 or so, 200. We're already at 180, so it's moving pretty quickly. That's absolutely right. If you look up his name, he talks terrible about his daughter, even wish death on her baby, his grandchild, but this has nothing to do with you, so I'll leave. Have a nice day. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you giving me a view and a little bit of watch time. That's only going to help. I appreciate you coming in and knowing that this is not the place nor format for it, and you coming in, saying your 2 cents, and then dipping out. I really appreciate that, North Face Cigarettes. Same to you. Good day to you. If you like beer and learning things about beer, maybe subscribe or hit the and take a look at check out my videos. This is just something that I do for fun. I'm in IT by trade. I'm a computer guy. But on the weekends after work, all I'm doing is thinking about or drinking beer. Talking beer, drinking beer. It's all I seem to do. Seems all I seem to be good at. But thanks for stopping in, North Face. Again, feel free to subscribe if this is the type of content you want to see. I do have actual videos, not 3-hour, 4-hour live streams. So if those are up your alley, definitely check it out. Let me know what you think. But yeah, yeast. If I could, I'd show you. I don't have a real way to show you right now. If I was doing my other live stream on Streamlabs, I could just slide it over and show you what I'm talking about. But I guess I can't. But yeah, maybe they'll show up in the comment section after this goes live. We'll see. But I don't know. Alrighty. So this is getting crazy full. We're down to 160. I don't know what I'm going to do about where I'm going to put this water. I may need to fill up another bucket or something because I'm not going to be able to move my kettle right now. And I'm not going to deal with all of that. So I'm probably just going to move that into the bucket and just continue filling these. I mean, I could, yeah, I don't know. I just need to, I guess I can bring this over. I'm just going to bring my brew kettle over as yet another vessel and put the stuff that needs to be cleaned in this other kettle, my old kettle. Because that is where things that need to be cleaned go. And I guess I can just use this as a vessel to take some of this water. It'd be nice to clean it up before I take it inside. I have grips around here somewhere. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wash my hands off real quick, like 140. Yeah, this is kicking. It's awesome. I already got a fermenter cleaned, sanitized. I've got sanitizer in it now, just chilling. I've got an airlock over here that I'll put on later. Let me get the lid ready. Spray bottle. Gotta have the spray bottle of sanitizer. Especially since all my sanitizer is now in buckets. Oh, that's right. I poured that other sanitizer in here. Woo! I stopped because I thought that maybe I didn't pour the sanitizer out before I sealed the beer. That was that passing thought. We're below 140. It's moving nice. I can go ahead and start getting stuff out of it. Actually, I'm leave that in there. I want to soak that flavor a little bit more, and then we'll go from there. I left you a thumbs up. It helps the business. I'm a salesman. I must go to another channel and ask if they know Doug West. Hey, do your thing. Again, I appreciate you stopping by. Thanks for the thumbs up. Again, if you like beer in any way, shape, or form, I probably discuss it. If you want to learn a thing or two, feel free. I also feel free to check out my website, justbrewing.com. Usually my live streams, I have like graphics and stuff, but none of that right now. All the proceeds from my merch store all go to charity all the time, forever. I have no interest in making money off of this. If it's something turns into a brewery career, then cool. But as of right now, I've got a life to live, and none of which involves taking money from my hobby. If something happens later on, then sure. But as of right now, I have no interest in that. So if you like seeing your money go to the right place, I can take whatever proceeds are from your order and send you a receipt of whatever charity you'd like. I can pretty much make that happen. So for anyone watching, either live or otherwise, don't forget to visit justbrewing.com, where you can see a few links to my videos. as well as my brew schedule. So you can kind of see when I'm doing things. It's also going to be my streaming schedule when I get that up and running again. I've been trying to work on that the last couple weeks, but I only have Brew Day to work on it. So I'm sure you can see how that's a little problematic. Down to 120 almost. I'm going to take this out of here because this is already at like 5 gallons of just chiller water. I'm going to put it in here now. This is already at half of the full bucket, so time to just continue cleaning things up. Wow, I just had like one of those beer burps, and I tasted the coriander again. That was weird. Okay, so things are looking good. It was a successful brew day. I was able to get both beers done. I'm probably going to be missing part of my D&D session that I like to do, which isn't a huge deal. It's just a nice way to end the week before I get back to work. So I guess we'll go from there. I'm going to go dump. I need to dump one of these. I have to. I'll be right back. Okay. We're below 120. That bucket's filling. Thanks for everyone that's watching. Mostly you, Yeast and the Beast. Appreciate you stopping by, man. Right now, we're just chilling this. This is going to go in my fermenter here. I've got Omega Yeast OYL 024 Belgian ale yeast. So this is what makes it Belgian. Belgian ale yeast. I should be able to ferment this at my room temperature, my 74, 73 degrees. It should inoculate 5 gallons at up to 1060. I don't know what my current gravity is. I probably should check that right now since I don't have much else going on. Now that I think about it, with this being 1080, I probably should have gotten 2 packets of yeast or did a yeast starter. I don't think this is going to ferment all of this beer, and I probably am going to have to do that and buy it tomorrow and pitch it tomorrow, which is a little unfortunate. I didn't think that through. Yeah. I wish my homebrew store reminded me that I didn't have enough yeast to do this. But I guess how would they know? They don't know that I have. I don't know. What am I talking? I have no clue if they would know that or not. Okay. So I need to check the gravity. Let's do that. I am going to have to sanitize it. This little thingy again. Because it is below 180. So anything that comes in contact with this, you leave the risk of infection, and I don't want that. I could probably pull it from the bottom, and that may be more accurate, but we'll see. Why is it doing it more? Whatever. 1073, it says. I'll probably pull another sample from the bottom. I don't have a way to do that, so if anything, I'll just do it. 1073. I'm saying it out loud a lot of times, 1073, to make sure that the 1073 gravity, 1073, is, I can remember what it is when it's in the fermenter. So we're down to almost 100. I need another vessel to hold this water. I'm just going to bring this back over despite it not being empty yet. Yeah, if you're watching this yeast, this is pretty much how my brew days always go. It's super hectic and crazy, but that's what keeps me going. I mean, I kind of enjoy not knowing what's going to happen or what am I going to do next. It makes it really hard to make videos, which is why I'm wanting to do this now of have the footage beforehand and then just use that footage because I have no clue what my brew day is going to look like. I'm always making mistakes and fixing things. I won't say always, though. Most of the time, for sure. Okay. Oh, wow. What a long brew day. So we're down to 100. We're almost there. Once it gets to like the 80 mark, I'll just pitch it, or I'll transfer it. Thanks again for watching. I'm probably going to call the stream, probably going to cut it soon, because all I'm doing now is just going to be cleaning, stuff like that. Appreciate the DM you just sent. We'll for sure have to link up sometime if you're okay with it. Maybe I'm buy you a beer sometime. Because we, in the grand scheme of things, are very close. 2.5, 3 hours away. It's really nothing, depending on what part of DFW you're in. My fiance's family, which is my family, they are in like Fort Worth, Keller area. So that's where we're at. Probably going to be down there next weekend. This weekend. We'll see. This is getting full, very, very full. I have to find something right now. Wow. Bringing this big boy back over because all my things are full. Oh wow, this is a lot of fun today. It wouldn't be a brew day if everything went according to plan, right? Okay, wow, that filled up very quickly. Mostly because it was still halfway full when I brought it over. I just thought it was gonna drain faster than it filled. I was wrong, like all the time. Oh. Okay. On the plus side, that kind of cleaned my kettle, so I have less to clean. So I've got that going for me. We're almost 90 degrees. Okay, let's see. Alrighty, moving along. It's taking longer than I thought, mostly because I started later than I should have. I should have started mashing in or preparing to mash in around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. Central. I didn't start until 3:30. And an hour and a half mash puts you at 5. Hour boil puts you at 6. A million years to chill puts you at 1,000,006. But hey, we out here. All the things I have are filling. I mean, I emptied this, so I've got this again. I guess I should just leave this clip. Even though this is taking a while, it's still long. It's still less time than it took me previously. I have considered getting other chilling ways to chill this stuff. But everything's expensive. Plate chillers are expensive. I could just bite the bullet and drop $200 on it and be good. But I just have a hard time doing that when I can drop $200 and get a kettle or drop. I don't even know. I mean, there's a lot of ways I could spend that money, especially since I may end up getting a gaming computer to keep these live streams going. Because the current quality of it is subpar. It's lower than what I want. I don't want no graphics. I mean, I don't have any of my logos up. I'm not even wearing my own shirt. because I usually don't have to, because I have graphics of my logo and graphics of my YouTube channel saying subscribe and all that stuff. I don't have that now. And I may not be able to get that unless I keep my my camera quality low, and I don't want that. I would rather sell this computer and trade up, essentially. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna. Time to improvise. What we homebrewers do. I don't feel like dealing with that anymore. I changed my mind. I'm not improvising. I'm just gonna bite the bullet and carry this heavy ass kettle. Ooh, That's not even heavy, man. It's only probably like 60, 80 pounds. And it's full of water, so I can barely move without spilling anything. Alrighty, we are at below 90, so we're getting close. I may not need another vessel. That's awesome. I've already gone through 40 gallons of water just when I'm trying to chill. 20, 10, 20, 30, 45, yeah. Easily 50 gallons of water. Well, 2/3 of which I've saved, which is awesome. I'll be able to continue using these for future brews. Say that 5 times fast. I should be able to use those for future brews. Go from there. Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of. I mean, this is pretty much ready. I do need to get more yeast though. I'm gonna have to go to the store, the homebrew store tomorrow, and get more yeast. That's gonna have to happen. Hopefully, I don't ruin anything by doing that and pushing it so late. I'm just gonna fill this and then turn the water off and go from there. I should be able to fill this vessel. Start to transfer. I can just transfer it straight from the spigot there. I'll probably pull the kettle a little forward, transfer it directly from the spigot, get that aeration going, and then pitch the yeast. I mean, by doing the transfer, going from the kettle to the bucket, it should drop a little bit more. So I'm just going to wait until it gets to that 80 so I can do that. Whatever. I'm going to turn the water off. Okay. I don't have any things I can do with that right now, so I'm just going to continue preparing things so that I can get ready to transfer from there to here to there. I can get everything out of that now. Let me get my kettle. I can use this colander I'll need to spray it down. Let me wash it real quick. And by wash, I just mean rinse. I'm going to dry it off real quick, spray it with some sanitizer, and then use that. What am I doing, man? Is that going to work? It should. Actually, I'm not going to do that because I feel like that's too much of a risk of just that water dripping into it. So, I'm going to do one of these. Woo, hot. Never used, wow, that smells so good. Wow, orange peel smells so good. I was literally just about to say I've never used orange peel before. Right as I was about to say that, I lifted it past my face, and it just smells so good. Great, just made a big old mess. Awesome. I'm putting this in the other kettle just to kind of wash off what may be on it. And I'm gonna deal with that later. This, I'm gonna have to do one of these, let it strain. Great, I don't have, this is a huge risk for infection. Just be careful, do it if you're following me. Wow, this is not wanting to go through this. I guess I'm just not even going to deal with that. I'm just going to let that continue dripping into there. There's very little I can do about that. The temp just went up. I don't know if the temp actually went up or if it thinks it went up because the displacement of the water. But it worked. I need to grab a rag. Where are my rags at? What's happening? Oh, I guess they're all in the thing. In there now, and they're all dirty, so I gotta grab a different one. Whew. Oh, I was gonna use that to clean that off. So that's just gonna get sticky by tomorrow. I'm just gonna start transferring this and just hope for the best. Again, thanks for watching. If anyone's with me right now, or if you're watching this after the fact, thank you for clicking the video. And it seems as though we may have similar interests. If that's the case, let me know in the comments. I do enjoy speaking to like-minded people, especially if I can further the conversation of how we can make the industry better, more inclusive, and ways I can be a better brewer outside of being prepared and not just rushing into everything. Being prepared would be a really good start. But where's the fun in that? Right now, I'm pouring my sanitizer back into my bucket. My container. I like to keep at least like a half gallon of sanitizer on hand at all times. Because I'm always testing things, trying things. I experiment quite a bit, and I think that's why one of the biggest reasons I wanted to do this YouTube channel was because I experiment all the time. It seems as though I'm always trying things new, and YouTube is a good place to do that, to show off what you're doing, as well as learn something new. All right. I'm going to do what I did earlier and get, I guess, that same, I don't have a grain bag. You know what I will do? I do have a strainer here. I can get some sanitizer on my hand. I'm going to use the strainer to grab anything that may be in the work. I don't want any hop debris. I don't want any coriander seeds or orange peel in this yet. I am going to put orange peel, the remaining orange peel, the 1 ounce left. I am going to put that in the fermenter, but probably in like a week after fermentation's like for sure kicked in. Maybe towards the tail end of that. I really just want to do it for extra aroma and flavor. I really don't want too much out of it. So let me do that. I need a clamp. In case something touches it, I'm going to sanitize it too. All right, so this should work just fine. I'm going to open this up. The beer is going to come out of the spigot, go onto my strainer, and then through the strainer into the bottom of the bucket. Of course, fill it up. The strainer is to catch any debris. So slowly, slowly, slowly. There we go. And it's already working. I apologize for the noise, but it's already working. I'm already seeing quite a bit of stuff. I'm going to push it a little closer. That way, as the volume lessens, it goes down. I don't want this to touch the ground, essentially. So. Again, the yeast we're going with is Omega Yeast OYL 024, Belgian ale yeast. This is what makes it a Belgian triple. I guess I'm just going to let that keep going. There's really really nothing that I can do right now outside of continue getting ready and cleaning and stuff. I'm gonna put this in my big kettle. Okay, don't want that to happen. That displaces my water too much. I'm just gonna set it on the ground now. Alrighty, so that's looking good. Nice and foamy there. Again, catching quite a bit of debris. Probably just grains that may have left the basket. But whatever it is, we're catching it. What is that? This open? No, my ice pack opened. Great. One of them at least. These are garbage. Yeah, I guess it opened. I'm not really sure how. I guess something punctured it. One of the chillers might have punctured the bag, and some of the gel was coming out. Whatever, I guess. Not much I can do about that. Be more careful next time, I guess, as to not put the chiller on top of the ice pack. I figured that would have been fine. But obviously not. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go grab some more yeast from the homebrew store tomorrow to pitch it, because the one pack is not going to ferment all of the fermentable sugar, probably, considering the gravity is 1073, I think is what I was saying a whole bunch of times. So I guess we'll see. I'll do another gravity check here. Actually, I can probably do it right now. Where's my refractometer? Oh, great. Well, I'll probably do it from the kettle, because this is from the fermenter. This is getting real sketchy here. I'm still grabbing what I can. Hopefully the strainer is small, it strains enough of it to grab this extra like hop debris and stuff. But it doesn't seem as though it is, so I'm not going to let that in. I still want to do that gravity rating, so I'm going to put this in here, sanitize it, sanitize the inside, make sure this is nice and clean. This doesn't have to be sanitized necessarily, since I'm not putting whatever's on it back into the kettle. But it is nice to make sure it's cleaned off. So I got a bit of work, put it on there. Double check gravity. I'm pretty sure it was 1073 before. And we're actually right around 1071 or so. So I'm gonna do one more reading. Water. Sanitizer. And then that here. I do want to close it and pitch that yeast while the bubbles and stuff are still there, while it's still foamy, because that's really going to help push fermentation. What? It just lowered again. All right, I'm going to do another gravity reading. It's showing like 1065 that time. I just realized I did not get sanitizer, but whatever, I guess I'm too late. Hopefully that doesn't ruin everything. Last reading, hopefully. Okay, that's like 1068. 1069 maybe. We may be in decent shape and not need another packet of yeast. But we'll see. All right, I'm gonna say 1070 because that's what it's been consistently getting to. Before it was 1070 something, after it was a little bit low. I'm gonna say 1070 just for convenience. Close this baby up. Where'd the lid I prepared go? Didn't I prepare a lid? There's two here. Okay, there it is. I'm gonna spray it down one more time. Nice and sanitized. Looks good. So I was able to get, I'm not a huge fan of the Brewer's Best bucket because it's so hard to see volume in it. But I think we're about 4 gallons, which is about what I expected. I could water it down just a little bit, which would help me get the gravity down just a little. Is that a bad idea? No. It would help. I think I'm just gonna grab, oh, great. I don't have, I guess I got some clean water here. I don't need a whole lot. I do want to lower the gravity just a little, but not a lot. So I'm just gonna add maybe like a 1/4 gallon. I just have to hope that this is sanitized and clean. All right, that should change the gravity quite a bit. Put my ladle in, sanitizer. It's very not so orange now, very brownish. All right, hopefully that's good. One more gravity reading for the road. Yeah, this will be the right color when it's in the glass. Right now, with that entire 5-gallon volume, it is a little off, but maybe I shouldn't have done that and just left it at 1070 or whatever. All right, 1065. I'll fucking take it, dude. That's a solid gravity reading for this 1065. It is a little less than 5 gallons, I think, so that should work out in my favor. I may not need to get another yeast packet. I'm gonna go ahead and seal this baby up. I guess I need to pinch the yeast. That would be helpful, huh? Can't get beer if I don't have yeast. I'm gonna shake it up one last time. Again, we're using Omega yeast, Belgian ale, OYL 024. 024. Thanks again to everyone that's watching. If you're watching this after the fact, I appreciate you stopping by. That smells awful. I hope you ever learned something. I know I learned quite a bit because, I mean, I make mistakes every single time. I expect it at this point. And I just try to be better for next brew. So I got my yeast slurry in here. I'm gonna close that up. Get these fermenting, or get these into my closet to ferment, and we'll go from there. I'm expecting these should take about 2.5 weeks probably. I'm going to test it after a week and a half. That's usually when I feel as though it may be done, with the exception of Kvike strains. Alrighty. Airlock. Yeah, that's good. Alrighty. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the comment section. I do check every comment I get and reply to those that I can. If it's something I need to reply to. Thanks again for watching. I know this was a very long brew day, but I've been here about an hour and a half, even longer than the actual video. So I've got quite a bit to catch up on, as well as some stuff to do after brew day. So thanks for watching. Don't forget to visit justbrewin.com. So you can see my brew schedule as well as check out my merch store. Again, all proceeds are always going to be donated to charity forever, no matter what. I will be donating any proceeds that come in. If you would like a specific charity, email me at justbrewing@gmail.com. Let me know what your comment was, or if you want to, you should be able to leave a comment when you place the order. Let me know what charity you want it to go to, and I'll make it happen. Thanks for watching. That'll be it for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll catch you in the next one.